I'm getting the signal from our producer that we are all set for this run. Coming up, Digimon Time Stranger Any % Hard Run by Ouro. My name is Sum Diener. Ouro, if you are ready, take it away.
Biddy-boop. Sorry, the chicken took over for a little bit. Hi, I'm Ouro. I'm joined here by my lovely fiance, Cassie, if you want to say hi.
Hi.
And yeah, there's a guy who was supposed to be here. That's not Kizaron. But yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started here. We're going to be on the hard difficulty, which is the hardest difficulty you can start a new game on. New Game Plus has 2 higher difficulties, but we'll go ahead and just get started. If I could get the name and character winners for those bid wars.
Certainly. Just give me one moment to refresh this one more time, make sure that I've got everything. Protagonist will be Kanan.
Okay.
And the name protagonist will be Squall.
Please.
Sounds good. Oh, I think I shut the keyboard off. GK, can you flick the keyboard on for me really quick? I kind of forgot about needing that. Or I guess... Yeah, keyboard isn't working for me over here. You can hit X and type it for me if you want to do that. Or, sorry. Hit Z. And then, yeah. Thanks, GK. Yep.
Yeah, we got there.
All right. Can you hit enter for me too? This is co-op now.
Confirmed co-op run.
All right, so we're gonna start the time in just a sec here. We'll go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Preparations complete.
All right, so this is Digimon Story Time Stranger. This game came out in October of last year. It's the newest in the Digimon Story line of Digimon games. These games kind of separate into story games and world games. The story games end up being the more traditional RPG, kind of monster collecting game, like more Pokemon leaning kind of games. Whereas the world are the more like Tamagotchi kind of leaning games. The last game we had before this in the story series was Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory, which came, I believe, 9 years prior to this game. So this game was a long time in the making. It's been part of a big, huge resurgence in this franchise over there in the West. It's been doing really, really well. It came out the exact same day as a new anime series, which is Digimon Beat Break, which now has ads in the game, which is really cool. So we're going to see one on a billboard really quick here, right up there. We're going to see Tomoro and Gekomon up there. So really quick here, we are an agent of Adamus. We are being sent to deal with a conflict that's happening at the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building. So we're currently heading over there. And we're going to go ahead and change into our costume. I believe it's the Digimon costume was still winning.
Yes, our winning costume is the Digimon costume.
All right, sounds good. So we're going to be dressed as a Gatomon the entire game, which is great.
I love it.
We're going to have 2 other characters we get to dress up a little bit later, but we'll get into them when they show up.
Gatomon is my favorite Digimon, so...
This outfit is really,
correct
really
winner.
good. So
Yes.
the donations definitely made the correct decision. Already getting into one of the things that made this game immediately appealing to me as a speedrun compared to a lot of other Digimon games in the franchise. This game has pretty fast text and lets you skip a lot of cutscenes. That's surprisingly not common for games in this franchise at all. So I knew as soon as I was kind of just once this game came out, I was like, okay, if this has a bunch of quality of life, definitely going to look into running it right away. And lo and behold, it did. And yeah, I've put nearly 400 hours into this game in the past, like, you know, however many months since it came out. And I love this game to death. And it's super, super awesome. Also, shout outs to the one person in the audience here. They might have already had their voice line, but somebody in this audience of people thinks that the government is responsible for their breakup. But we'll just let them continue to think that. So we're going to get into our starter selection here in just a second. The 3 starters in this game are Gomamon, Patamon, and Demi-Devimon. Gomamon is going to be the choice for us, not because Gomamon is super busted or anything, but it's more convenience than anything. Gomamon deals with some of these early encounters, which we're going to be doing a lot of pretty quickly, and it also has a Valor personality from the start guaranteed. Personalities are basically the natures of this game comparing to Pokemon. They dictate A lot of things, your passive abilities that you can get called personality skills, as well as bonus stats you get from level up are all dictated by your personality. And this game has a talent tree system called Agent Skills that lets you kind of focus on increasing stats for Digimon of specific personality types. There's 16 different personalities in 4 different categories. So we're going to be basically focusing all of our agent skills into the Valor tree. So as many Digimon as we can acquire easily in the Valor tree, the better. We're also going to be looking to Digivolve into 3 Shell Numamons for 2 specific boss fights, including the final boss. So we're going to be looking to get 3 Digimon that have an easy evolution route for getting Shell Numamon. And then there's a little bit more to the rest of our party that we'll get into as we get each of those respective members. So as we're going through these tunnels to get to the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building, we're going to get attacked by a virus metal Greymon. He's going to chase us down, and we're going to run into one of the main characters of this game, who's Inori. We aren't going to know her name just yet. She's just going to be the girl to be protected for a little bit here. I accidentally ran into the metal Greymon. It's fine.
I was gonna say, I think you aren't supposed to die there.
If you flick the stick like at all, you just like immediately don't have enough momentum to get away from it.
Did you explain why you want Valor as your type?
We'll get into it in a lot of ways, but it's mostly because we're going to be focusing on one specific branch of the talent tree that specifically focuses on the Valor types. Each of the 4 kind of subsets of 4 different personalities as well kind of focuses on a different stat. Valor is our attack-focused set of personalities. So attack does damage, and doing damage pretty good for a speedrun, generally speaking. So now we're going to get bailed out by Omnimon. This is kind of just your little fan service at the beginning of the game. Omnimon's got to show up, do his cool Omnimon moves. It is time, Transcendent Sword. So yeah, this fight always goes the same. It's kind of our tutorial for healing. You're kind of expected to like be trying to fight this Metal Greymon alongside Omnimon, even though he's kind of doing all the work. So we're just going to sit here and guard just because it's fast. And Omnimon's going to take out this Metal Greymon for us. So getting in here in just a sec, we're going to get to a really dense section of fighting encounters and converting Digimon. So basically the way you acquire Digimon in this game is you don't catch them in the conventional sense, but once you fight a Digimon, you get a percentage of their scan conversion rate. And that the amount of gauge you get per Digimon is based on the Digimon. So like generally weaker Digimon, you get more gauge per one that you fight. We're going to make an autosave here because we have to do our first convert. All we're looking for from this tutorial conversion is for the personality to be one of the 3 possible Valor ones, which we got Daring, which is great. Basically, every Digimon has a base personality that has about a 58% chance to be rolled whenever you do a conversion. And then the adjacent personalities in the same kind of subset of personalities has a 10% chance to be rolled. So we basically have a 80% chance to roll what we're looking for there. We're going to take out a couple Wanyumons. Since they're so weak, they're going to die immediately to the overworld hit. We're going to make a save here because we're going to be converting the Wanyumon. We're going to do a couple here, and then we're just going to load a backup save if we don't get this. But we're looking for a Zealous Wanyumon, which is its base personality, so it's the 58% to be rolled. But then we're looking for its rare personality skill, which is Fast Break. What Fast Break does is it gives us a kind of invisible attack buff for the first 3 turns of a fight. And since this is a speedrun, basically every single fight in the game is going to take 3 turns or less. We didn't get it. We'll go ahead and just continue as normal. There's another Digimon that we would usually reset its personality for another rare personality skill. So we're going to continue until that point, and then we're going to go ahead and load a backup save that has those personality skills already set up. They're fairly rare. We're not sure on the exact odds of getting the personality skills we want, but it's I want to say it's about a 1 in 50. It's very, very low. Thankfully, when you're doing PB attempts, it takes about 6 or 7 seconds to do each individual reset, so you can kind of churn through resets really, really fast and get a bunch in. It's definitely not like a first try or run's dead kind of situation. We're getting closer to the run being that optimized, but definitely pretty far away from it still. So we're going to convert this Kunimon. And we're we're going to kill one more Kotemon here. And then the Kotemon, we're looking for opportunistic with planning ahead. We'll give it one reset on this file just to see if we get it, just for fun. And then we'll load that back up and make sure we're good to go. But we're looking for opportunistic with the planning ahead skill. We did not get it, so we'll go ahead and just load the backup here. Planning ahead is kind of the opposite of fast break. It's going to put a defense and special defense debuff on one enemy in every fight as soon as we load into the fight. Digimon have kind of a friendship stat called Bond. And basically for every 100% bond in your party, you're going to get planning ahead applied to a different, or an additional enemy in every fight. That's not going to come into play until the final dungeon of the game because bond is just so hard to come by in the speedrun. So there are some fights where we're going to be subject to RNG as far as which enemy has the planning ahead debuff applied to them. But there's kind of a lot of ways that we can work around that if we get bad luck. So. And with that said, I will go ahead and throw it over to the host as we get through a few more of these early encounters.
Certainly. I've got some donations coming in, $40 from Jonathan, and in the end, all shall be Dabadoob.
You got it.
I saw you in the chat earlier. It's a shame that your donation couldn't get in for the name in time, but that's all right. Thank you so very much for your donation, Tanami. And I got $15 here from Furret Skin. My favorite Digimon is Rust Tyrannomon.
Rust Tyrannomon is super cool.
I would love it if the chat could get some more donations in and let me know what your favorite Digimon are.
I would also love to know. Please keep them coming.
Wow.
All right, so we're picking up a detachment skill here. This is the first one. These are kind of like TMs in Pokemon. Basically, every skill that we get in the game, apart from the ones that are unique to each individual Digimon, are removable and re-equipable to different Digimon. The one that we just picked up there is called Character Reversal, which gives us access to a status condition called Reversed. And more or less what that does is just whatever Digimon it's on, their entire interaction with the type chart is flipped on its head. So there's kind of two axes to the type chart in this game. So most Digimon have one of three different attributes: virus, data, or vaccine. Virus is good against data, data is good against vaccine, and vaccine is good against virus. So that'll be either double damage or halved damage based on which direction in the wheel that you go. And then there's also your standard elements like fire, water, ice, that kind of thing. Digimon can be either weak, very weak, resistant, or immune to each of those elements. And those stack with the type bonuses from virus, data, vaccine, etc. So you can get up to 4 times damage. I didn't mean to say no there. You can get up to 4 times damage on every single one of your attacks if you're lining up all of the weaknesses as much as possible. And since we're not flip-flopping our party around too much throughout the run, using the reverse status is going to be the main way that we kind of interact with things that otherwise would have a disadvantageous type coverage to us.
Also, shout out to that Biomon that tried really hard to get us across the building and didn't quite make it as far as we planned.
It got us as far as it needed to. So we're getting our tutorial here for Digivolving and De-Digivolving here, and we're just kind of getting some of our early Digivolutions going. The Digimon that we got early, the Gomamon and the Kotemon, we're going to be de-Digivolving and then re-Digivolving into different things because we just are going to be skewing towards using a party of all Agumons early. Agumon has a fire signature move called Pepper Breath, which is just a really strong physical attack. Agumon has really high physical attack as well. And Vaccine is generally just a really good type to have in this run because most of the bosses and enemies that we're going to be fighting are of that virus attribute. So we're just going to naturally be strong against them. Doing some conversions here, Digivolving Photomon to Ouro, prepping for our third Agumon. A lot of the experience routing and conversion routing in this game is what has undergone a lot of the biggest changes throughout this game's lifespan so far. There's just so much variability to like how you can do all of it and different ways you can Digivolve each Digimon. Basically, every single one of the story games is built around kind of progressing your party by continually Digivolving and de-Digivolving your party to increase their level cap, carry over stats, etc. This game gives you a lot less benefit for Digivolving and de-Digivolving. God, that's really hard to say fast. they give you a lot less benefit. A lot fewer of your stats carry over. The big benefit you're getting is increasing your level cap by doing that. We have a lot of ways in the run to get around our level otherwise being capped pretty low that we'll get into as we get there.
That one.
It's going to be the last fight of our initial grinding section. We're going to convert a lot more Digimon. A lot of these Digimon are not going to be used for battle. They're going to be used as experience fodder. We can feed any Digimon into another Digimon, and it carries over a portion of their stats, as well as just giving a bunch of experience based on how Digivolved they are. So we're kind of going to have this box of Digimon in the back, kind of just developing as we go through the early stages of the run. We're going to remove a bunch of skills here. Basically, every single fight in this game, we're going to be trying to optimize around the auto battle as much as possible because it just cuts down time on us selecting our moves. So as much as we can get away with that, we were going to. And generally, in a lot of cases, especially early, that's going to involve giving the game no wrong answers as far as moves to pick. So we're going to be just removing any skills that we don't want the game to use, just so we have the most consistent auto battle behavior. So now we're getting our tutorial for cross arts. These are kind of super moves that you build up a gauge for, and then you're able to use them. The gauge carries over between fights, so there's a lot of routing as far as like which fights we use it for and carrying it over, etc. This first version of cross art we get is called cross art field, which basically just gives us a stat increase to all stats on all of our Digimon for a couple turns. It's generally really, really nice, gives us a lot of survivability, gives us a lot of damage, etc. We're going to be moving towards, as we get into the mid game, we're going to be moving towards cross arts that just are pure damage, and they're just a supplement to our own damage to let us get through some damage ranges that we otherwise would need a little bit of an extra bump for. So now after that first boss, we were sent through a bit of a time rift. This game has time travel, surprisingly enough, with a name like Time Stranger. So we're sent into this temple that has this egg. And we're going to get knocked with this egg back into the human world. And as we're going to eventually find out, we're going to get sent 8 years into the past after the calamity that befell Tokyo in the present. So we're going to run into Inori's dad here. Her daughter's gone missing. She's still the girl to be protected. We've got to take care of her once again. So we're going to go down to the sewers and figure out what's going on with her. It's kind of a tradition, I feel like, for a lot of Digimon games to have early dungeons be sewers. It's just, I don't know, a lot of them do. And yeah, we're going to be running through doing a couple more encounters, so I'll throw it back over to the host for a couple more messages if you've got any.
Yeah, absolutely. G-Dex donates $15. Favorite Digimon is our yellow round boy, Armadillomon.
Heck yeah.
Armadillomon.
I've been digging all over for you, Cody.
And $25 from an anonymous donor. As fun as Squall 2 is, we need to unlock the drama with a love triangle between Squall, Zell, and hot dogs.
You got it.
Hey, if you all in the chat want to donate in with some hot dog facts, I'd be happy to read those too.
It sounds like some like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. It's a squall of hot dogs.
Here goes Super Shocker. There. You got it. There. Ready to launch.
All right, so a couple more conversions here. Okay. We wanted a Valor personality on that Bukamon as well. That's going to be another one of our 3 Shellnumamons later in the game. Switching in our third Agumon, getting rid of that extra heavy strike move. Digimon basically learn like 4 moves each stage as they level up. So we're going to kind of be keeping tabs on what stuff is learning as they level up. One nice thing about this game is it has a nice retry battle button that fully heals us. We get all our HP back, we get all our SP back. We just don't get our cross gauge back. So we can't use that to cheat a bunch of cross arts. But we can use it to fully heal and top ourselves off really quick. We're not going to be doing it a ton because the game does full heal you a lot for like just story things. This boss is kind of annoying. It has a debuff called Injured that prevents you from healing the Digimon that gets injured. It's denoted by a little purple pill that you can see on Agu C. We want to make sure we're keeping an eye on which Agumon has that debuff on it, so that we don't accidentally like try to burn a heal out or anything. Our SP count is also kind of low here. Pepper Breath costs us 55 SP per Pepper Breath. So we're going to be using a couple SP capsules here that we got in the early areas, just to let us keep up damage here. We're going to get to take advantage of a mechanic in this game too, where when you're low health, you get a little bit of extra attack and crit rate and things like that. A little bit of extra damage here. We're going to drop an HP spray to top off here. And finish it off. Okay.
Nice.
That was a pretty decent fight.
This way.
That fight can go a ton of different ways, and you kind of just have to take whatever you get. Sometimes you just have all your Agumons injured, and you just can't heal any of them, and you just kind of have to chip away at it super slow. The Agumon that used to be Kotemon as well, that has the opportunistic personality and the planning ahead skill, the auto battle behaves a little bit differently for that Agumon because it has a quote-unquote supportive personality. It's going to try to conserve its SP. So once that cross art field ended, I wanted to start manually inputting the moves for that specific Agumon. Otherwise, it would start just doing normal attacks instead of Pepper Breath. So that's just something we're going to have to keep in mind with that Agumon. We're eventually going to change its personality later, but early on in the game, you don't have a ton of agency over changing personalities manually. So we're just going to take with what we get. This is a very notorious loading screen for this game. It's just very, very long for whatever reason. So basically what we're doing here is the character that we did not pick, so Dan in this case, is going to be our Adamus contact, and he's going to be giving us a bunch of orders from HQ. We're basically just calibrating our Digivice. We do have a Digivice in this game. It doubles as a phone and also a gun. Don't worry about it too much. Digivices can do whatever they want to do. We're grabbing a couple items in the overworld here. What I just grabbed was a Talon Awakening booster. What that does is increase your level cap by 2. That's not a ton. We're going to be selling it for money. A lot of the items we pick up are for money. There's a lot of items that just sell for just a disproportionately large amount of money. I picked up one in the tutorial area called the Plant Guard, which is basically, there's a bunch of items that give you basically a type resistance on the Digimon you equip it on. And they sell for 100,000 yen, which is a ton, relative to how useless the item actually kind of is. We're also picking up some stat increasing chips. There are 3 tiers of those chips. There's the first one's increased by 30, the second one's increased by 50, and the third one's increased by 100. So that's going to let us get a little bit of a buffer to our stats in some areas where we're going to need a little bit of an extra nudge to digivolve at certain thresholds. So now is our introduction to the In-Between Theater. This is basically the Velvet Room if you want to make a Persona comparison. This is the big place that we go to do shopping, train our Digimon in the Digifarm, which we'll be doing a little bit later. Yeah, we're going to sell some of the training items that Mirai gave us right away. We're only going to need the ones that increase attack and spirit, which is basically special defense. We're going to sell the Plant Guard here, and then we're going to buy some attack increasing equipment to slap on our party of Agumons. We're waiting to menu to put those on because we're about to get a tutorial on the agent skills, which is the talent tree mechanic in the game, as soon as we go back to Inori's house here. And we're completely ignoring the objective marker here. It's faster to just know where we're going and take a taxi into someone's attic. And it's kind of cute for doing actual runs. They force you to open the costume menu at this point of the run. So you can just quickly swap outfits if you want without really wasting time, which is really, really cool. You don't have to go super out of your way to do it. Yeah, the game's going to pop up the talent tree here for us. We're going to equip a couple things. We're going to equip Crossheart Burst. We're going to equip some extra experience stuff. We're going to back out here. We're going to equip a bunch of attack attachments to these Agumons. And then we're going to remove Wind Claw from this Wanyamon. And then do a couple more Digivolutions here. So this Ryudomon Digivolve is extremely important. There's a move that it's going to learn at level 2 called Acceleration Boost. The way Acceleration Boosts work is it spends the turn of the Digimon that uses it, but you can apply a buff to another one of your Digimon that makes it so that the next physical move they do does double damage, essentially. So you basically get to funnel one of your Digimon's turns into another, and it gives you a lot of DPS efficiency. And it's otherwise a really rare skill to get. A lot of Digimon that learn it super late, or they learn it at the champion level. Ryudomon is the only rookie that has access to it, and it gets it at level 2, no less. So yeah, we're going to get it super early here. So Digimon generally have 4 main stages of evolution. There's Rookie, Champion, Ultimate, and Mega. How far you can have your Digimon Digivolved is dictated by meeting the stat requirements to Digivolve them, but also by our Agent rank. We get Agent rank by getting Anomaly points to teach into our Agent skills. So they kind of progress gate your evolution progress throughout the game. At rank 3, we're going to be able to Digivolve into Champion. At rank 5, we're going to be able to Digivolve into Ultimate. And then we're not going to get there in the run, but at rank 7, you're allowed to Digivolve into Mega. We're going to have a Mega on our team, but we're not going to Digivolve into it. We'll get there when we get there. But we kind of get around the game wanting you to do a lot of side quests in order to normally Digivolve into Mega. Even if you're playing through this game casually and are basically doing every side quest as you go, you're pretty much not able to Digivolve into Megas until the final dungeon, which is really, really late as far as these games are concerned, which is actually really cool. I like that this game really gated you on like how long you're seeing your Digimon, because otherwise the only thing stopping you in like Cyber Sleuth, for instance, is how much you're willing to grind. So in this game, there's only so much you can do, and you get to look at your favorite Ultimates and Champions a lot longer than you otherwise would be in one of these games, which is cool. So we've been informed of this Elecmon that's running around the sewers by Inori's friend in school named Hiroko, who's that other girl that's running around with us. So we're figuring out what this Elecmon is doing down here. Not a whole lot of people know about Digimon in this current timeline, in this current version of Tokyo. And Hiroko is basically a cult streamer. She does a bunch of content on like, hey, this spooky thing is happening. Like, everybody check it out. So yeah, we're chasing this Elecmon around. We got to do some stuff to trap it. We're gonna raise the water here to kind of pin where this Elecmon can go. And this Elecmon's going to be a key character in the story in just a second here. But with that said, we've got a couple more little moments for throwing it over to the host if you've got anything else for us.
I'd just like to remind everybody, give everybody 2 great reasons to donate. 1, your donations are supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, a cause that means a great deal to a lot of us here at RPG Limit Break. But also, 2, you are going to enter in to be eligible for awesome prizes. A few prizes I want to highlight in particular. $15 minimum donation will get you eligible for a Steam key for this game, Digimon Story Time Stranger Ultimate Edition. Also, $10 minimum donation gets you eligible for the Dragon Quest Slime plushies, and a $20 minimum donation will make you eligible for Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime mixed media art. Highlighting those because Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime is next. One more thing too, $225 donation total over the course of the entire marathon will get you eligible for our grand prize, the custom Nintendo Switch 2 Pokopia bundle. So donate in all week long and get your donations in. You make yourself eligible for these prizes and support NAMI while doing so. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we definitely have some great games on offer in the prizes this year. But a lot of them are games in the marathon, but Pokopia is also an incredible game. I loved it so much. So we're going to get into our next boss here. This is Cyclonemon. This is a Digimon that is very notoriously mistranslated. It's supposed to be Cyclomon because he's a big guy with one eye. But yeah, the name Cyclonemon just stuck, so they've just kind of kept it. So we're going to do another quick retry here to top up our SP, just to make sure we're good on SP. And then Elecmon is going to Digivolve somewhat far into this fight. And we want to hope that we don't miss more than once. Because if we... So there's one miss, okay. We want Elecmon to Digivolve basically at the end of the turn that it can. That way it's going to get an action at the end of this turn and at the start of the next turn and give us a huge bunch of damage before the planning ahead debuff wears off. So now we're introduced to Aegiomon. This is going to be our main kind of companion Digimon for the run. She's going to be like Inori's partner Digimon pretty much. And he's going to be our main plot Digimon that follows us around for most of the game. Pretty solid. And now that we have Inori and Aegiomon in our party, we're going to be able to add 2 more costumes to our repertoire. So we'll get those on in just a second here, because they also have the same kind of costumes that we do.
Hey,
Yeah, so since Digimon are kind of not super well known in this world yet, we do need to disguise Aegiomon here. So he's going to dress up as basically Inori's little brother. Inori unfortunately lost her brother in an accident 3 years prior to the current timeline that we're in. So Inori's kind of going to form this bond with brotherly bond with Aegiomon, as if Aegiomon was kind of taking the place of her unfortunately lost brother. So we're going to have a quick fight here where this doctor is kind of running tests on Aegiomon. And we need to actually hit heavy strikes here. If you miss at all, you do need to actually hit 3 times here. So there are... Most of the moves that you use in this run are like 90-95% accurate. So you kind of bank on everything hitting, but there are the random times that you'll just lose time to a move missing, unfortunately. So Aegiomon in his disguise, who's now disguised as a cute little Patamon. I love his little Patamon hoodie. He's going to make friends with some local kids. They're just going to play. Aegiomon's basically a newborn, so he's just kind of enjoying being a kid. And now we're going to do one of the only 2 side quests we're going to do just to slightly get a little bit more agent skill points and hit some thresholds that we need to. The second side quest we're going to do later is so that a specific shop opens up. This one is specifically for those talent tree points. So we're going to find out from Hiroko that there's a Digimon that's been stealing all of the Tantrum merch, and there's a bunch of t-shirts that are going missing from the local vendor. So we're going to go stop that Zuba Eagermon from stealing shirts and get them back. There's a couple early side quests we could do for anomaly points here, but this is just the fastest and easiest one, and it gives us a little bit of a bump in experience, which is also nice. This takes about a minute to go out of our way for, so it's really not too bad at all. And we're basically doing this to hit that agent rank 3 and be able to digivolve into champions by a certain point in a little bit here. Also, the Zuba Eagermon that steals the shirts keeps going on about something that's like, he's like, the 20th. I think it's just like a 6-7 thing. I don't know. There's even like later side quests where you like reunite with the Zuba Eagermon and he's like, I've been like saying this 20th thing and I don't really know what it means. I'm just gonna like, I'm trying to figure it out. Oh my god, we're missing so much. The Zuba Eagermon actually does a lot of damage. I kind of just risked it there and aimed that he didn't hit anybody twice, which he didn't, thankfully. All right, so now we're going to teach some more agent skills. We're going to get Body Boost Rookie, which gives us bonus stats on all of our Rookie Digimon. We're going to get level 1 attack in the Valor tree. So that's going to give us 20% extra attack for specifically Valor personality Digimon. And then we're going to switch over to Crossart Burst, which is basically just AoE damage. And it pulls from the stats of our entire active party, which will come in one of the later boss fights. We're going to kind of abuse that mechanic a little bit. So now we find out that some of the kids that Digimon was playing with have been kidnapped by Digimon and taken into the digital world. So now we're going to kind of track them down and save them. One thing I haven't touched on yet is we are running on the hard difficulty. The main difference there compared to the normal difficulty is basically every single enemy Digimon is going to hit us harder and take more HP to take out. And as you're going to see, we're still going to like one-shot a lot of stuff. But it definitely was the most interesting to me to route the basically the hardest starting difficulty you have access to, because the game does actually push back a decent amount in some areas. This game has been a really fun routing exercise, routing it from scratch. There's been a select few of us that have really done a lot of work in the past few months to get this game pushed down as much as possible. So has been my main competition in pushing record down over the last couple months. There's also Kaiser Cruz, who has done a lot of work as far as really pushing the envelope as far as what kind of strategies we were going for. A lot of my early iterations of the route were very safe, very consistent. We didn't really go for really anything that involved specific personality skills, just because they were so rare to get the specific ones that you wanted, and I just didn't want to reset a bunch of early runs. I kind of wanted to lay the template first. Kaiser Cruz was the one who really kind of pushed us to start going for some of the less consistent strategies, and it really pushed the category forward. This game's been really fun to be a part of, kind of developing as it has been in its infancy. So these Vetamons have an annoying mechanic where they can reverse each other, and thankfully we don't have a unfortunately we don't have a super great way of hitting them. So we're kind of spreading out our damage here, forcing it to reverse the one that got super low. And then we're going to switch to Galmon here, who does have an advantage on these guys, and just finish them off. That was a pretty clean fight. That fight can go really, really messy. You can also get really lucky and just like crit one down and then just like not have to worry about the reverse too much. But there's also a very niche strategy you can go for there if two of your early converts have the Song of Triumph personality skill, which basically gives us extra cross-art gauge. The issue with cross-arting in that fight is we want it back at a certain point in the next boss, which is coming up really soon here. And if we get too reckless with our cross-art usage, we're not going to have that cross-art gauge back by the time that we need it. So that if we have two Digimon that give us extra cross-art gauge, we can kind of make that threshold happen. It doesn't come up a whole lot, though. It's very uncommon to have that happen. So I'm going to switch Agumon back in here. It's very important that we don't have Galmon in our starting party for the next boss. For whatever reason, with how the turn order of this next boss works, we want it to use Roar at the start of the fight, which is going to inflict an attack debuff on our entire party. And we want to be able to heal that off as soon as possible. For whatever reason, if Galmon's in the party, it like messes with the speed in the fight, and like the Greymon just like doesn't use Roar for whatever reason. And we're going to hop into the agent skill menu here really quick, and we have enough points for attack level 2. So that's going to give us another 25% attack on our Valor Digimon. We're basically going to be gunning for all of the agent skills that give us damage right away. We're also eventually going to be changing our Digimon to specifically the Brave personality once we have agency over changing them. Because there is not only a skill that gives 25% extra HP and attack for specifically Brave Digimon, but there's also an agent skill that lets us ignore defense value of opposing Digimon based on our agent rank for Brave Digimon specifically. So that's going to really help us scale our damage into the mid and late game once we get those. The game definitely kind of expects you to spread out your agent skill points throughout the different personality trees. But when we're just focusing it all into one, we're going to get a lot of value out of it really quickly. So we're joined by Minervamon here. She's going to be our main source of damage for this fight. So we're going to kind of chip away at this Greymon with our Agumon friends, and we're just going to slap Excel Boost on Minervamon every single turn. The main factor of randomness in this fight is just whether Minervamon decides to go for Strike Roll or not. She's going to guarantee do it on this first turn. But after this, it's kind of iffy whether she decides to go for it or not. It's basically either strike roll or regular attacks, and the regular attacks do very, very piddly damage compared to strike roll, unfortunately. This Greymon's also going to introduce us to a mechanic that a lot of bosses will have moving forward, where they'll sit and charge up an attack, and then they'll have an extra weak point that you can attack in order to break them and stop that attack from happening. So we're going to largely just keep letting Minervamon do the work here. We're going to use the cross art to break him once he gets down low enough and stop him from doing this attack. If he gets this attack off, it's really, really slow and does a ton of damage to us. So we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. Hopefully she goes for strike roll here. And then we can cross art to break. And then we'll get a little bit of a free time to wail on him. Usually this fight goes long enough that he'll start charging a second time, but we'll usually kill him in the middle of that charge. Okay, Minervamon's really behaving. Okay. Slightly short on damage. Almost got there. That had to be like 1 or 2 HP. That was really good though still. So after this fight, we're going to have enough agent skill points to get to agent rank 3. So we're going to do a massive Digivolution menu here to catch up all of those Digimon that are in our box. So this is another great chance to throw it over to the host if you've got anything more for us.
Yeah, sure. Toku Hero donates $20 and says, good luck on the run, Ouro.
Thank you, Toku. That means a lot.
I saw Toku in the chat as well wishing you luck, so thanks so much for watching and donating in.
Yeah, I appreciate that a ton.
And we've got a bunch of donation comments in from people's favorite Digimon. $10 in from RDP234. As someone who grew up playing Digimon Digital Card Battle, I have a major soft spot for Candlemon in my heart.
Ooh, Candlemon's a cool one.
$15 from Ken Ryu, who says, in terms of rookie Digimon, no one can beat Huckmon and their cloak that makes them cooler than every other rookie.
My favorite rookie is Hackmon, his Atmon equivalent, so definitely good taste there.
And I can say a cool cloak makes everything cool.
Definitely.
And $15 from the Saber Moss, who says, I have 2 favorite Digimon. One is Leomon, and the other is Numemon.
There's going to be a lot of Numemons in this run in just a second, so you're going to get a lot of Numemons.
Great.
Definitely keep them coming if you got more.
Yeah, I'd love to hear about even more of your favorites.
Yes. So right here, we're tracking down the doctor from earlier, Monica. You're supposed to talk to a bunch of people around Akihabara and figure out where she's at. She's a huge otaku. She loves anime. She loves like collecting figures and stuff. So we're just going to find her milling about. Thankfully, when we know where she is, we can just go straight to her. And we can actually use the fast travel menu we just did to skip through about half of that area instead of just walking through it. So now we're going to do a bunch of Digivolving. We're going to Digivolve 2 of our Agumons into Raptordramon. And we're going to lock this one just to mark that it's the planning ahead one for later, just so I can more easily keep track of it in menus. A lot of these Digimon, we're kind of just Digivolving them to the most accessible. Here's Hackmon, or Huckmon, excuse me. We're going to just Digivolve to whatever most accessible champion they have, because when we end up loading these into a different one of our Digimon for experience later, the game mostly just cares what level of evolution they're at instead of like what specific Digimon they are. This specific one, we're evolving into Kurisarimon because we need a specific skill from it. That's all the ones we can do for now. We're going to do a couple more after these next couple fights here. Some of the ones in the back are still a little bit of experience short of where they need to be. So I need to take some skills off of here. Equip Nano Machine Break here, Excel Boost here. So this area, for whatever reason, on the 3rd DLC patch, which is the current patch that the game is on, the loads here hang for an extra little bit of time. We are going to get more patches. There's a big story expansion for this game still coming in 2027. So I'm kind of hoping they end up fixing that. They've been pretty good about fixing stuff that's been
got it.
issues in the early patches of the game. There's a really, really huge glitch in the first patch of this game. It's kind of a funny story in the history of the run of this game, but it was a huge issue for our early routes. So we have the whole talent tree agent skill mechanic. And when I beat the game for the first time, I naturally was like, okay, I'm gonna like start working on the route like the next time I have the game booted. So I just like started a new game really quick and like left to save it where the starter selection is, just so I'd be ready to go when I turn the game back on. Little did I know that that was gonna break everything. The game had a glitch on the first patch where if you had a file loaded that had agent skills taught, and then you went back to the main menu without fully closing the game would not clear the memory of the extra stats from the agent skills that you had equipped. So if you loaded into a new game, the game would remember that they were there. So you could essentially like repeatedly stack agent skill buffs, and basically that early save that I made was like forever tainted. This didn't just happen to me, this happened to another early runner as well. So like basically all of the early runs that were done after hours and hours and hours of early routing, we were like, I finally went to like do a run with a fresh file and I was like, wait, none of these digivolutions work because I just had like the stats that I was supposed to have. So I basically lost like, I don't know, like 60 to 70 hours of routing work just because of that. It's one of those things that was very frustrating in the moment, but it's very, very funny in hindsight. But thankfully they fixed that almost right away in the first patch the game received. So that was very nice that they caught it super fast, because it was definitely quite the problem. All right, so now that we've fought all three of these Black Gatomons individually, we're gonna have to fight them together. This is gonna be our first big use of cross art for AoE, as well as we evolved our third Digimon into Greymon, specifically for its signature move, Mega Flame, which is a 40 base power AoE move, which is really, really strong as far as AoE moves go for the start of the game. Raptordramon is really useful because its signature move, Ambush Crunch, gives a defense debuff. So we're basically going to spread Ambush Crunch to the Digimon that did not get the Planning Ahead debuff. We're going to use Cross Art Burst to do a bunch of AoE damage, and then we're going to Mega Flame. And then we're basically just going to like pick up the stragglers from here. Pretty much the worst thing that can happen here, which didn't at all, is these Gatomons have a move called Lightning Paw, which can confuse you. And basically the way confusion in this game works is it checks at the start of your turn whether you're going to be confused or not, or whether you're going to have access to your skills menu like normal. There are also actions that you can take on your turn, such as using a cross art or using an item that don't consume your turn, but will re-roll the confusion check. So like if Greymon gets confused, for instance, when you can pass the check, use your cross art, and then fail the check, and then knock it to Mega Flame. I didn't actually realize that the game like did those rolls like that until like the week before the event, so I was glad I got that out of the way and got to know that could even happen. Funny little glitch here as well. So we're specifically going to wait to interact with this door until we're like right up next to it. The game is basically going to teleport us to Inori's living room after this cutscene. And if we interact with the door from the stairs, like basically the first instance we're able to, we're going to be locked into the decreased movement speed we have when we're on the stairs. So we specifically want to be on the flat ground level of movement as soon as we're getting back out here. Getting to see a bit of Inori's Digimon costume as well. She's dressed as Palmon. It's very, very cute. So now for the next part of the story, we're going to be following Hiroko into the underground. There's basically this dark shadow that's been kind of following us around. We're going to go investigate it and see what it wants. It was there when we were at the temple at the start of the game and got launched back in time at the very, very start. It's kind of just following us around. We're not really sure what it's up to. We're going to see what it's up to. So coming up here, we're going to have a fight that we can't win. We technically can win, but we're not realistically able to win it from our scenario. We are able to lose and still progress the story. So we're basically going to be getting right up next to it. We're going to be removing all Digimon in our party except for the Teruriamon that we have in our backup, because it's the most vulnerable to this boss, which is Titamon. And we ideally want Titamon to just whack the bunny once and just immediately end the fight. Unfortunately, Aegiomon and Minervamon are both with us, and Minervamon can't die, and Aegiomon is extremely resistant to Titamon, and him dying also doesn't matter. So we're just going to hope that we get the 1 and 3. This fight can take a while if he decides to just not hit Teruiamon.
There.
Eventually, he will do an attack that just hits everyone and kills everyone, but there's a pretty steep timer to get through that. So hopefully we get lucky and we just get through here really quick. We also get access here to a mechanic once we get champions called Digiride, which is basically just mounting. A lot of Digimon are about 5% faster than just normal running. With the exception of some. Greymon, for whatever reason, is extremely slow and just slower than normal running. I don't know why they made some Digimons even slower. There are some Digimon that have like a very, very high speed as well that are basically inaccessible to us. Okay, that's perfect luck. That's great. Beelzemon is an instance of one where you like ride around on his bike and you have a lot of move speed compared to your normal Digirides. But we don't have access to really a lot of Megas. We basically have the one that we're going to get, and that's it. So now Titamon's going to take us through a wormhole into what we're going to find out is the digital world. And this is our first real bit of the game that we're actually in the digital world. And we have a cutscene here that we can't skip that's going to flash the title card. So I'm going to send it over to the host for some more favorite Digimon, perhaps.
Yeah. I've got a $10 donation in here from On to the Other. Good luck on the run, Ouro. I enjoyed using Sarismon the most in Time Stranger.
Digimon?
Sarismon's awesome.
And here I've got a $50 donation with no comment from Mr. Slap Happy. Thank you so, so much for your donation to Nami.
The place Minervamon mentioned.
And just as a reminder, 100% of your donations are going to NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, whose current work is informed by more than 40 years of inspiring conversation, support, and action that ultimately strengthens the fabric of communities and promotes opportunities to thrive for anyone touched by mental illness. NAMI draws on the past accomplishments, the wisdom of lived experience, and the current scientific understanding of mental health to help those suffering. So thank you for your generous donations, everyone.
Yes, thank you all so much. What Nami does can't be more important, really.
It certainly does mean very, very much to a lot of people here at RPG Limit Break, myself included. So thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for donating, everyone.
So now that we're in the digital world, we're going to kind of get acquainted with everybody. Aegiomon is really, really loving it here because he basically grew up in the human world and he's been kind of alienated. This game has a lot of kind of sub-themes in the story of kind of othering, and Aegiomon's just been really struggling in the digital world since he really has to be in hiding the entire time. So he finally gets to be in the digital world among his other Digimon peers, and he gets to be himself finally. So we're going to meet a bunch of different Digimon. We're going to get the tutorial message for Digiride that we've already been doing. We're going to pop into this house really quick here. We're going to get an item that's actually really well hidden. So you need to talk to this ex-Tyrannomon, turn around, and then turn back around and talk to him a couple times. He's going to give us a piece of equipment called a known bug. That's another way that we're going to have access to that reverse status that I touched on earlier that's going to let us manually reverse the type chart interactions for whatever Digimon it's equipped on permanently. That's going to be a great way for us to deal with a lot of bosses. So Teruiamon is going to be our main damage for a lot of the mid-game into some parts of the late game. I mentioned a lot of the bosses in this game are virus, which is good against data, which is what Teruiamon is. So we're going to have known bug on Teruie for a good chunk of the game, just to kind of manipulate that interaction with the type chart. Instead of using Teruiamon, older versions of the route used to go into, there's a bunch of optional side areas in the game that have like little mini games you can do called outer dungeons. We're going to be doing one later for the 1 mega that I've been teasing a couple times. But there's one we used to get right on the way into the digital world for a Dino-Human. The actual minigame was really, really tough because you had to route very specifically in order to... there's basically just waves of Digimon coming at you, and you have to take them out with overworld attacks almost exclusively, pretty much. And it was really, really slow, but it got the job done. And it was basically kind of the early routes of me wanting to avoid early encounters. And that was our way of just avoiding all of the early encounters, doing all the converting that I've been doing in this run. But we found out it was just faster to do a bunch of encounters that are super fast and load up a bunch of Digimon and get Tsururyamon to a pretty high level. So we're going to be doing that pretty soon here. So really quick here before we hop into the next dungeon, we're going to go back into the in-between theater. We're going to get our introduction to the Digifarm, which is the main way that you kind of train your Digimon stats in this game. Normally the training items that you put them on have a real-time duration for them to finish. So the A-level ones are 30 minutes, the B-level ones are 45 minutes, and then the C-level ones are a whopping 90 minutes. We don't have that much time. We have 3 hours left of this run. So we're going to use money to shortcut things. No matter what level training it is, you can shortcut the training by just paying 10,000 yen. So the main use for money in this run is just shortcutting these trainings. So this first training is pretty abbreviated. We're basically just going to be switching the opportunistic planning ahead Raptordramon here to a Valor personality so that he gets those buffs from the agent skills that we've been teaching so far. We're also going to be switching Tsururyamon over from Zealous to Brave, which is going to give us that defense reduction, or defense ignore, and the extra stats from being Brave later on in the agent skills. We also get a little bit of attack just from like training in general, but it's pretty minuscule on the A-level training equipment. We're going to get better training stuff farther into the run that's going to really let us crank our stats, but we'll get to that a little bit later. So yeah, we're basically feeding all the fodder Digimon. We're going from level 5 to level 28 on this Tsururyamon, which is huge. Level also factors in a lot into the damage formula in this game. So just being a higher level than the things you're fighting is also extremely beneficial. We're going to teach a couple more agent skills too. We're going to get Body Boost Champion, which is going to give us extra stats on all of our champion level Digimon. We're also going to get 2 levels of HP increase. A lot of our survivability in this run is going to come from just cranking as much into HP as we can. Defenses are useful. We're going to get those a little bit later, but HP usually gets the job done to just soak all the damage that we need to take. So this dungeon, we're basically going down here because there's 2 Barramon brothers that are just kind of being kids. They're getting into trouble, going down here in this forbidden area that they're not supposed to be in. And we have to go save them, pretty much. And this is going to be our first run-in with the Ogremon trio, which is going to be kind of a recurring trio of characters. Basically, the main opposing force in this game is the Titans. And they're kind of just like all the like mean, evil, virus trait Digimon that are usually in like the show and stuff, like your Ogremons, your Titamons, your those kind of guys. Are just kind of all the evil forces in this game. So the Ogremon trio, Ogremon, Fugamon, and Hyogomon are the main henchmen of the Titamon that we fought on the way into the digital world. So this is going to be the first instance of a fight where we kind of have to do this a specific way because the fight is not going to let us end it unless a certain amount of the cutscenes have played. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to have to basically let Tsururyamon deal with the Fugamon, and we're going to have the Raptordramon deal with Hyogomon. Minervamon's going to jump in and help us. She's not going to do a whole lot, but she's going to do her best. She was useful for the one fight, and she's kind of not very good for the rest of them. We're going to finish off Fugamon here. Basically, every single time we take down one of the side Ogremon trio, the main Ogremon in the middle, who's the strongest of the 3 of them, is going to get weaker. So we want to take out the side ones first while we're kind of waiting for the fight to progress as far as the cutscenes we need to play. And the 2 Raptordramon should take out this Hyogomon here.
My turn. Strike roll.
And now we can just focus on Ogremon. And now Agiomon's going to learn a skill called Stun Beat Blow. We're not going to use it a whole lot. There's a couple times we're going to have to fight with Agiomon solo that's going to be useful. But we're generally not going to be using Agiomon for damage. Agiomon has the Tolerant personality, which is not one of the Valor personalities. So So he's not going to get any benefit from all the agent skills that we've been learning, and we have no agency over switching his personality. So he's going to kind of just be our support. He's kind of innately pretty fast, so he's going to go before a lot of our guys and be able to buff them with acceleration boost and things like that. So he's going to kind of have his role to fill in that regard. So now that we've taken care of the Ogremon trio, we're going to get to meet the leader of this main area of the digital world, who's Marukimon. This game kind of revolves around a set of Digimon called the Olympus 12, who are basically based off of the Roman/Greek gods. So we've got Minervamon, we've got Marukimon, and we'll meet a lot of them throughout the game as we go. Yeah, so there's basically multiple different kind of mirrors of the digital world that each have their own kind of sub-theme, and we're going to meet the leader of each of those kind of subsets of the digital world later. The current one we're in right now is called Iliad, and it's kind of got that Greco-Roman kind of sub-theme to it. So now the communications in this world have been basically shut off by the Titans. So we're going to head over to the tower in Central Town to kind of get things back up and running as far as communication between the other areas of the digital world here.
Great.
So that's kind of where we're going for this next dungeon. And I can go ahead and throw it over the host here for a little bit more, maybe some favorite Digimon going on.
Well, Ouro, you were talking about the Tantrum shirts earlier, and I wanted to highlight that. There's exclusive RPG Limit Break Cross Tantrum merch live. Shop the RPG Limit Break collection. There's not just shirts, but there's blankets, tote bags, pins, and even more options than that. And know that Tantrum merch is donating $5 per item sold to the National Alliance on Mental Illness and its mission. So head on over to tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break, shop the collection, add some stuff to your wardrobe, your costume collection, and know that you're supporting Nami as well.
There.
Do you know how many costumes are in this game?
It's like 10, something like that.
Oh, what about the ones you can buy, though?
Oh, there's like all the t-shirts and stuff.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of just t-shirts you can buy, and they actually added more in later patches too. So there's like Digimon Beat Break ones that you can get. There's a bunch of cool ones. I'll be curious to see if they add more costumes too with like the major story expansion that we end up getting next year as well.
I always got to stay stylish.
Yeah, heck yeah.
You got it. You got it.
I've been addicted to this Gatomon hoodie like basically the entire time this game has been out, so I'm really, really glad that was the costume that ended up winning the bid war. It's definitely my favorite of the bunch. So this encounter is technically optional, but it almost always gets in your way. The main gimmick of this dungeon is that you have to carry these Hagurumons around to like activate various switches and things. And you walk really slow, you can't really interact with enemies while you're carrying them. So that enemy like basically always gets in your way, so I just always take it, the initiative to take it out. So one big random thing we're looking for in this dungeon is we want an item to drop called a Rusty Iron Texture, which is required for the second side quest that we're going to be doing in order to open a shop. If it doesn't drop here, thankfully there's a backup one that you can get guaranteed after you accept the side quest. But ideally we're able to just turn in the side quest the instant we accept it. Unfortunately, the containers that drop the Rusty Iron Texture are also somewhat random in which ones and how many spawn. Usually the one I end up getting it from is the guaranteed one that's, or the guaranteed container that's coming up in just a second here. So we'll see if we get it on the first opportunity here. Okay. Paralysis recoveries are actually one of the more rare things. That's kind of funny. We're still not entirely sure what the odds are on even having it drop, but it feels like it's probably close to like a 50-50, all things considered. It's definitely fairly common. But it is definitely one of the bigger like RNG walls as far as getting runs out of like the early mid-game, because you do just lose like 45 seconds having to go get the backup one. Hopefully if the game's nice, we'll have a couple more opportunities at it in this next section. So I'm going to try to bait this Goblimon away so it doesn't bother us. He can basically run into you and trigger an encounter while you're getting onto this girder. There's also this Kudamon over here that could potentially get into an encounter with us as well, so hopefully he just ignores us also. No.
Nope.
Not so fortunate. Oh, okay, we actually
right.
snuck past it. Sometimes the collision doesn't kick in right away, so you can kind of get away with stuff like that. Now we're actually going to check this bin back here.
Ready to launch.
I usually wouldn't check this one because it's kind of slow, but okay, didn't get it still. So there's like 1 or 2 more chances we're going to have at this rusty iron texture dropping, otherwise we're going to have to get the backup. We're going to grab 1 more of these guard items that sells for 100,000 yen here just off to the side. We're going to need a lot of money to fund the training that we need to do on a couple of our Digimon throughout the run. That first training session I did was rather light because we were just initially switching their personalities. But once we get the C level punching bag for attack, it's going to give us about like 250, 300 attack per instance of us training. And the game very much is not balanced around us doing that. The game definitely expects you to be digivolving, de-digivolving, and not really like leaving your Digimon where they're at and just like inflating the stats that they currently have. So we're going to be getting around a lot of what the game expects our power level to be, kind of getting into the mid-game here. Money truly does solve all your problems. This is basically just Octopath, but we're using hired help in a little bit of a different way.
Preparation complete.
Spinning needle.
Did the routing always take advantage of trainings?
Yes, that was like one of the first big things. It was like, okay, we have a ton of money. What do we do with it? And that was just like the go-to answer. We definitely got a little bit craftier as far as using it to manipulate personalities a little bit more. And we're actually going to use it for a Digimon later to basically the resetting that we did over Wanyamon and Kotemon to get specific personality skills. We're actually going to do that through the Digifarm training for one Digimon later. And that's actually a pretty relatively new route development doing it for that. So we're going to grab this chest here. We're going to get a rank 2 physical water move, which is going to be really good coverage for a couple fights that we need it for moving forward. We're going to dip into the in-between theater here one more time just to do a little bit of shopping. At this point of the game, there's various story points where the shop in here is going to upgrade. And at this point, it has upgraded to the rank 2 stat increasing equipment. So we're going to go in here, we're going to sell the level 1 equipment that we had, and then we're going to buy a bunch of attack boosts. These are basically our X attacks from Pokemon. Every single one we use is going to give us an attack boost. We're going to get a couple speed boosts. Those aren't going to come in for another like 3 hours, so that's fine. We're going to grab some speed equipment and some attack equipment. And then we're going to buy a move called Idle Bubble, which is going to come in also in quite a bit of time, but just getting it now while we can. And then we're going to go ahead and equip all of this equipment that we just got. Putting the speed ones on Aegiomon to make sure he's faster than everyone else. And then we also need to take Nano Machine Break off of him. And then we're going to be taking on our next boss, which is Paramon. This is probably the biggest initial wall that I hear people have casually with hard difficulty specifically. This fight is a huge war of attrition, and basically the longer this fight goes on, the worse it is for you, because he's basically going to land, he's got a charging attack like the Greymon did, and he's also going to call down lightning strikes throughout the fight. This is just going to chip away at you over time. So this is a fight that definitely, like, the sooner you can get through it, the better. So we're going to put a bunch of those attack boosts into Turiemon. We're going to hit it with a Volcanopalm here, do a good chunk of damage. We're going to let Auto Battle use Ambush Crunch on our 2 Raptor Dramons to put some defense debuffs on him. And then we're going to slap one more Excel Boost on Turie. We're going to do one more Volcanopalm. And then once he gets low enough, Marukimon's going to come in and do a little bit of damage and help us for the rest of the fight. And basically the amount of damage we do here in the run is enough to make it so that Marukimon's coming in here is lethal. So we're just going to end this fight before he really gets to do much of anything scary to us.
We did it!
Get like just a hint of really good music.
Mm-hmm. The soundtrack in this game is really, really good. Pretty much all the Digimon story games have like really, really stellar soundtracks. I believe they're partially worked on by some of the same people that work on the Danganronpa soundtracks as well. So if you hear some similarities in how this game's soundtrack sounds to like your Danganronpas and things like that, that's why. They definitely have very similar vibes to a lot of the tracks. So this game doesn't really tell you that this Terriermon assistant is in this house after you are forced out the first time. And he's just going to give us one of each of the stat increasing chips. Most of these we're just going to sell, but the speed ones are extremely valuable for later. I touched on it a little bit earlier, but the speed tuning in this run is extremely important. Cutting down on turns it's very critical that we have our Digimon act in a certain order. So there's going to be a lot of manipulating of specifically those chips as well as the equipment in order to kind of flip-flop with which things are faster and slower than each other in various sections of the game. You can just kind of guard through extra turns if Digimon that you don't want to act go faster, but that takes time, and menuing in this game is generally pretty fast. This game has a nice convenient button that just says, I'm going to close the menu no matter how deep I am buried in it. So you can kind of really quick go in, equip things, and then instantly close the menu. The game also has D-pad shortcuts for specifically the party management menu as well as the conversion menu. So a lot of the times that I was converting Digimon throughout the early game, I could really easily just quickly go in there, convert them, and then get out really quick. And now we're going to accept the side quest that we needed the Rusty Iron texture for. We don't have it just yet, but we are about to go back and just get the backup one that's guaranteed. The shop that this opens up basically allows us to make upgraded versions of the training items that we were using in the Digifarm. The one that we're looking for is not going to be in the shop just yet, but we're going to go ahead and just get the side quest out of the way just to have it done. So yeah, basically there's just like a guaranteed one here that spawns at the dungeon that we were just at after the side quest is accepted. So thankfully there is just a consistent backup for this. We don't just have to like get lucky. So yeah, backing out of the shop here because we can't buy what we want yet. And then we're off to the main next story area, which is Factorial area. So now that we have the communications up and running, we now need to get the train line up and running that can get through the various areas of the digital world. So we're going to take Blipmon here. He's going to get attacked by Titans, and we're going to crash land, unfortunately. Poor guy. There is a side quest that lets you fix him. He's going to get fixed whether you do the side quest or not. But we're going to go here and basically talk to Volcanismon, who's one of the Olympos 12. And he's going to get the train back up and running. This is another great time for host to step in if you've got anything for us.
Yeah, sure. I want to take a second to, I've already talked about a couple of the prizes that are available in this block, but I want to call out a few of the others as well. Final Fantasy VIII PlayStation copy, $5 minimum donation. For $10 minimum donation, you can be eligible for the Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy Scene Box, Children of Fate. And $5 minimum donations will also get you eligible for Mini Yawn Plush, Panorama Site, The Mermaid's Curse Steam Key, and the Selfie and Irvine Perlers. This block of prizes goes all the way up until Final Fantasy VIII, which is not the next run, but a couple of runs from now. I think 3 runs from now. And if you're watching RPG Limit Break all week, be sure to check back later and donate more later because there will be new prize blocks with new prizes to be eligible for.
Mermaid's Curse is a really good game. The two of us just finished it, like a month ago, I think, when it came out. Very, very good game. The prequel, 7 Mysteries of Honjo, is also extremely good. Highly recommend those games a lot.
Oh, cool. I've never heard of it. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, they're like vizsual novel, kind of like puzzle horror.
Yeah, I actually like that kind of style, so I'll check it out.
They're nice little bite-sized experiences, too. You can get through them in like 8 to 10 hours. They're pretty quick. Really, really good. So basically the main crux of this area is we're going through and we're taking this Kakuamon with us, and he needs to power all these devices to get us through and save a bunch of Digimon that are being harassed by Titans. So we're basically going to be going through, saving some Digimon, getting batteries, powering devices. We're going to have a couple sections here too where we have to fight with Aegiomon solo. And Aegiomon is just barely weak enough to make these fights like super, super consistent. So we kind of have to hope for a little bit of good luck on some of these fights. Do a little bit of menuing here. We're going to stick the known bug on here. We're going to give Agio some attack equipment just to give him a little bit more damage. We're going to get evolving these Bukamons that have been sitting in the back because they can finally Digivolve into Syakomon, who's going to later Digivolve into Shell Numamon. And then we're going to equip a couple more agent skills here. We're going to get some extra experience. This is the defense ignore for Brave Digimon, and then the level 3 attack increase for Valor Digimon, which is another 30% increase to their attack. So a bunch of extra attack for all of our Valor Digimon now. So this is the first Agio solo fight. Damage rolls in this game don't have a huge range. It's like basically 90 to 110% of the value. Agiomon can just high roll and kill these Goblimons, but more often than not, you're going to do like a sliver left. So you're kind of at the mercy of the Kakuamon finishing off the first one that you hit. Otherwise, you have to manually target the other one so that you don't waste damage. But we got the good pattern there, and the Kakuamon actually cooperated, which is actually quite rare, surprisingly enough.
I'm back.
So doing a little bit of wiggling movement back here to get our Digiride Digimon to spawn. Digiride is a little bit finicky in this game where it won't let you like spontaneously ride the Digimon no matter where it's at. It kind of has to be like close to you and like spawned in general. So there are times like after fights like that where your Digiride Digimon isn't going to be spawned and kind of basically just wiggling around to get it to spawn back. And it's faster to Digiride and break through all of these containers instead of like manually breaking them with our overworld attack. Digiride is basically going to be better movement in pretty much every area where there's going to be enemies in our way so that we don't get first struck. If we run into an enemy, it's going to give us the initiative and just let us run away right away.
Do it.
Digiriding is kind of something that has a little bit of a payoff to it, or trade-off to it, because it takes a little bit to mount and dismount. So if you're not going to be riding for a significant period of time or in an area that's particularly treacherous, it's not really worth it to Digiride. It's actually interesting, the sprint button in this game was not added until like the release patch. Like it wasn't in the demo. And the sprint really closed the gap between how fast a Digiride is versus just like being on foot. So it made it a lot less of a worrying thing to just be riding all the time. So Agiomon's going to be able to take out one of these Guardramons, no question, and that's actually a really good pattern too. We basically want the other Guardramon to not increase his defense, otherwise he doesn't die in one stun beat blow. We got the good pattern on both of these fights, which is really, really nice. You don't lose a ton of time to getting the bad pattern, but it is always nice to see. So this is one spot where I always have to be really careful. So every 4 fights, you're able to talk to your Digimon that are following you around in the overworld. And that basically gives us another access to change and influence their personalities. We don't want that. Basically, whenever you talk to a Digimon in the overworld, you have there's a couple things that can happen. It can either be a choice between the 4 different personality types, and it'll move on the grid in like towards the corner in that direction, which is usually the desirable one of the desirable outcomes if you accidentally talk to one. But you can also have dialogue options that basically give you an option of one direction or nothing. So it's really easy to like accidentally talk to a Digimon and be stuck in a situation where you like have to move them in an undesirable direction. So you really just want to not talk to them as much as possible, because we're going to have enough agency over changing their personality through other means.
It's also funny when you do talk to them, the types of questions that they ask you are like really random. I remember when I saw the other day that was like, I want to spend more time with friends, but I don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, there's a couple times in the game where the game will like prompt you to talk to your Digimon, where there will be a little pop-up in the right side of the screen. You've probably already seen a couple of them throughout the game so far. But yeah, it's just the Digimon like asking you a really silly question, and they're just like, I don't know what to do. Please tell me what to do.
Yeah, they're like asking you for random advice about random things.
Yeah, like your Bukamons will just be like, I want to go swimming in the deep ocean for longer. How do I do that? It is funny to kind of see which random ones you get throughout doing runs. So don't mind Nanimon's big butt here. We got to push him out of this air duct.
Only a little disturbing.
Nanimon is it's a design, that's for sure. That much can be said.
Not the last time we'll see Nanimon in this run.
Unfortunately. So we're going to get another guard that we can sell for money. We're also going to get a Medical Spray Deluxe. Medical Spray and its Deluxe variant are basically premium healing items. Regular Medical Sprays heal us for 50% of our HP and SP, and Deluxe versions heal us for 100%. We're mostly just going to be stockpiling them for the final boss, but there are a couple that we're going to need for earlier fights.
You got
So we're getting about at the end of the factorial area here. We're going to have two bosses at the end of this section. We're going to have Ultimate Brachiomon, and we're going to have Volcanismon himself. Ultimate Brachiomon has a mechanic where he's going to flip-flop between being extremely resistant to physical and extremely resistant to magic. So unfortunately, he starts extremely resistant to physical when all of our damage is physical. So at the start of the fight, we're just kind of going to slap some defense debuffs on him with our ambush crunches, and then soften him up for when he eventually switches over his weaknesses, or his resistances, rather. It's actually really cool. So me and Cassie both play a bunch of the Digimon TCG, and they've been going through this year giving us a bunch of cards that are Time Stranger themed. So actually just this last weekend was the pre-release weekend for BT25, which was the second Time Stranger set. And Ultimate Brachiomon got a card that mechanically in the game, he gets protections from different kinds of effects based on like how much memory you pass to your opponent. So it's kind of cool how they reflected that mechanic from the game into the cards.
all right.
We're going to Excel Boost. So here, for these next couple fights, these two Raptor Dramons, we need to keep careful track of which order their turns are. Okay, we're actually just going to reset this fight. He really just did not like that Raptor Dramon.
Let's see what I can do.
Oh, I didn't reverse him. That's what happened. Okay. Yep, that'll do it. So generally, this is where character reversal is going to come into handy, is if we want to reverse, essentially reverse our entire party by reversing the one boss. See, now you're seeing he's doing a lot less damage to us, which is much more preferable than Raptor Dramon dying.
Ambush crunch! Hope you're ready. Ambush crunch!
So yeah, while he's in this resistant to physical phase, really not taking much damage at all. What just popped there, I haven't really touched on those. Those are quick time events. Basically what those are is called Brave Attacks. Whenever one of those pops up, you have the opportunity to press the A button, and whatever Digimon just attacked will do like a couple extra like normal attacks. And based on their personality type of the four, it will have a secondary effect on those Brave Attacks. So for instance, Valor Digimon will just do 2 extra hits. They just do raw damage. And then like the more supportive Digimon will give like stat increases and things like that. Generally, those are just going to be slow and we're going to ignore them. But there are a couple times where it's just kind of nice free damage that either shores up a damage range or lets us shave a little bit of time. So yeah, now that he's all the way defense reduced and in his magic resistant phase, we're just gonna blow him up for the rest of his health. And then we're gonna switch over some equipment here. We want Aegiomon to be a little bit faster, so we're gonna give him one of the speed equipment. And then we're going to go ahead and Digivolve these guys into our lovely Shell Numamons, which they were destined to be. We'll get into why Shell Numamon is so useful in quite a little bit here still, but they are very, very important for the fights that they're important for. So this Volcanismon fight coming up here is one of the more involved fights in the run. He basically has 3 phases that he rotates between. He has a phase where he has 2 hands, a phase with 4 hands, and then a cockpit phase where you're actually doing damage to him. So we're going to deal with the 2 hands and then try to blow up the 4 hands all at once and then get through 1 cockpit phase without having to go through more hand phases. So we're going to pay attention to which Raptor Dramon is going first. We're going to start attack boosting that one. We're going to Cell Boost to Rurie. It looks like we got planning ahead on the right hand as well, which is good. This fight goes a couple different ways based on which hand planning ahead got applied to. So now that we have 2 buffs on the first Raptor Dramon, we're going to start buffing the other one. We're going to not quite kill the second hand, but we're going to soften it up enough that Aegiomon should hopefully be able to finish it off on turn 2 here. That looks like pretty good damage.
My thanks.
So basically the way our AoE cross art works is it takes the cumulative stats of all of our party into account. So by buffing the attack of multiple of our party members, it's really, really amplifying the damage that Cross Art Burst is going to do. And by ending the first phase on Aegiomon's turn, the hands on phase 2 are not going to have a chance to guard and potentially survive this cross art. So this should just take all of them out, which is really good. So Volcanismon's cockpit phase is basically his like charge attack phase. He's going to have a break gauge. So we want to very carefully control our damage here so that the first time we hit him does not break him. Otherwise, we're going to go into another hand phase, and the fight's going to take way, way longer. So we're going to reverse him here because he's otherwise immune to Steel, which is the main attacking type of our Raptordramons here. We're going to Excel Boost the second one, and then we're going to soften him up a little bit with the first Ambush Crunch, which is just barely going to not break him, and then the second Ambush Crunch will end the fight. So that was a perfect Volcanismon fight. That was great.
Nice.
That fight's been routed a million different ways. We used to not really take advantage of Cross Art Burst there nearly enough as we do now. We used to use Greymon and still use Mega Flame because it's just a really good AoE move. But Cross Art just deals with that so cleanly. And making sure you're controlling your damage for that cockpit phase was definitely like one of the hardest things as well. Because you want to do a ton of damage to him, but you also don't want to do too much.
Volcanismon also is funnily a really big anime nerd and has a lot of figurines around his cockpit. And
Yeah, his big thing with the hands, he has like a big row of action figures just like in the thing. And he basically fights us because he confuses us for Titans. And we basically like
Welcome back.
end up later, we're like making it up to him, like fighting him by like bringing him action figures.
Yeah, he like requests like, he's like, can you please go get me some of my action figures?
He's like, my treasures
I really
from the
want
real
them."
world, they're beautiful. Relatable, honestly. So now that the shop updates after Factorial area, we can grab our Punching Bag C that we're going to be using to train up to Riemon in the next area here once we've sold some more stuff. But first we need to make a quick pit stop. Now that the train is running, we're going to go meet with the Oracle Junomon, who's kind of the leader of kind of what's going on in the digital world currently. We're basically kind of, our end goal currently is to get to her and try to find our way back to the real world. Unfortunately, we're going to find out that Aegiomon is like the destined great guardian that's been prophesized. And Junomon is basically like obsessed with him fulfilling his duty. So we're going to go be instructed to go off to the Abyss area and deal with the Titan invasion that's currently happening there. The early part of the run is basically just going through, being introduced to each of the areas, dealing with a Titan threat there, and then moving on. Then we're going to have a little bit of a stretch in the human world again. So we have a couple more digital world areas to go through first. So now we're going to take the train off to the Abyss area, which is kind of the water area of the game.
Gatomon.
I love that all of the Digimon that they have like next to the train stations in this game too are just like the normal Digimon with a train conductor cap on. It's so cute. So we're going to grab this chest here, just a little bit more money. These don't sell for a ton, but it's just enough to hit the threshold that we're looking for here. Then we're going to go a little bit out of our way for another one of those guard items that sells for 100,000 yen. Then we're going to stop by the shop really quick, sell some stuff. We're going to grab one move called Heavy Strike 2, which is just a rank 2 physical move that we're going to use for Aegiomon for the one other solo Aegiomon section that we have coming up in a little bit. Stop by the Guapamon here. We're going to grab Heavy Strike 2. And then we're going to sell these Aquamarines, and we're going to sell the Noise Guard and the Aqua Guard. So now we have nearly 300,000 yen, and we're going to spend a good chunk of it on training up this Turiemon. We're basically going to get it up to about 7.6k attack. We don't yet have the Agent skill that gives an extra 25% attack to Brave Digimon. So we're kind of getting as much attack as possible so that we're not wasting it once we get that extra 25% to hit the stat cap of 9999. Something that the game does not do a good job of communicating and was kind of a later route development. So the in-game stat screen caps at 9999, and that's the farthest you can train your Digimon to. But you can still buff them past that, even if it's not like actually showing that they're being buffed past that. So we're gonna go ahead. Oops. We're gonna stick a second Digimon in here just to make menuing a little bit easier. We're gonna stick this other Raptormon on the punching bag A, just so we don't have to menu down to C every single time. One thing I need to pay very careful attention to here is I can potentially get prompted to learn new personality skills while training. If we overwrite Fast Break, that is very, very bad. So I'm going to make a very conscious effort to not teach over it here. And we're basically going to keep training here about 22 times. We're going to run down to about 70,000 yen. And I'm going to throw it back over to the host to fill in this training montage.
Absolutely. I've got one message here, $10 from an anonymous donor who says, RPG Limit Break is the best. I look forward to this event every year. Huge props to all the runners and all the volunteers who put all this together for folks like me to enjoy. Hey, you know what? I couldn't have said it better myself. I love RPG Limit Break, and just speaking for myself here at the host desk, it is my pleasure to be here helping put on the event. So thank you so much, everyone who watches and donates year after year. So yeah, thank you.
One thing I thought was really funny about this training area is I thought on this map, like, there's all these different, like, what do you call it? Like textures, like backgrounds that you can
like
go
terrain
and
types,
choose.
yeah.
Terrain types, yeah, or like the volcano you can choose to like land next to, or all sorts of different like objects that don't matter at all. They don't influence how the training works. They don't like better it or worsen it. Like, it's just there for fun when they could have like done so much more with like where you placed your Digimon, but no, it doesn't matter.
You get a bunch of decorations for this area too from like completing different parts of the story too, and like they just don't do anything. They're just pure decoration, which I guess is cute in its own regard. So now we've trained up Tsuruemon a bunch. We're not going to put it in our party quite yet because we're going to grab another move here called Ignition Flare, which is an AoE fire move that's going to be really useful coming up in this next section. We're going to go ahead and put these fellows back in our party. We're going to teach Ignition Flare. We're going to teach Aqua Pressure, which is the move that we got earlier. We're also going to switch over our equipment here. The accuracy attachment that I got in Factorial area is just kind of a nice little safety because we generally don't need the extra attack from the attack equipment now. So it's just a little bit of an extra free accuracy to kind of shore up those 90-95% accurate moves. Especially on multi-hit moves like Ignition Flare, we want as many of those hits to hit as possible. So just making sure that those hit is always nice, especially when there's really no downside to doing it. So basically the main story of this area is there's a Shellmon that has holed itself up in its house, and we find out that it has been nursing an injured Titan back to health because this Shellmon's just a good Samaritan. She doesn't care who's hurt. She just doesn't need a reason to help people, whether it's friend or foe. Someone who's injured is someone who's injured and needs help. So we're going and getting her some medicine ingredients to help treat the injured Dairomon that she's got holed up in her house.
We got some.
So now that we've gotten through those Syakomon fights, we're going to give some more speed equipment to Aegeomon to make sure that it outspeeds Tsuruemon. We're going to go ahead and equip Heavy Strike so we don't have to menu it on later. This is kind of going to be our big main way that we control our speed values, is just kind of toggling on and off these speed equipment. A lot of our Digimon are going to sit pretty close in speed to each other for a good chunk of the run. So it really gives us a lot of control over that turn order. And if we, don't need to buff Tsuruemon for a significant period of time, we just take the speed equipment off of Aegeomon, let Tsuruemon go first, and then we're good to go. Coming up here is a little bit of time save that I just accidentally found in the practice room yesterday. So there's a Kamemon that you have to knock down off of a box on a ledge out here. I used to think that you had to walk out and basically have him in line of sight to hit him. I was just accidentally mashing the button to attack as I went through that loading zone yesterday, and just, found out that you can just attack him through the wall and save a good couple seconds on movement, which is great.
The practice room time save.
Yes.
My favorite.
This game has been a lot of accidental time save, or just someone mentioning something in chat that one of us just didn't know was a mechanic, and it's just oh, that drastically changes the route. Okay, back to the drawing board. That's been really, really fun to just have one thing come in and turn everything on its head and give us a reason to go back and really reevaluate the entire route. The route for this game, there's a lot of early game setup that kind of has a lot of snowball effects later on in the run. There's been a lot of new developments that are like, okay, this one tiny change basically affects the entire game. So it's been really, really cool to like comb over the route again and again and again, and just continue to find more and more improvements as time has gone on. Yeah, there's like pieces of equipment that we're going to get a little bit later into the game called data fragments that are worded in such a way that makes you think that they're only for Aegiomon and they don't work on anyone else. And yeah, one of the early runs I did, someone in chat was basically just like, oh yeah, you can use those on other Digimon and like you still get the stat increases that are associated with them. And I'm like, oh my god, that changes everything. There's one we're going to get later that doubles your SP costs but increases your skill damage by 50%, which is as good as it sounds. And being able to put that on anything is quite powerful. So yeah, now that we've recovered this Divermon enough, he's going to join us, and we're going to go talk to his boss, Sharkmon, and try to get him to change his mind. We're not entirely sure why the Titans are even like infiltrating this area, and Divermon in his naivety is kind of just like, I can just ask him nicely to stop probably. That'll probably work, surely. And Shellmon gives us a magic conch, which is going to allow us to summon our friend Waymon to take us underwater to basically the second half of the area. And Waymon is one of many Digimon in this game who they really nailed with the English dub specifically. There's a lot of Digimon that they maybe didn't get their original voice actor from like the early seasons of the show, but they really tried to recapture the style of their voice, and Waymon is definitely one of them. Submarimon, who we're about to meet as well, is another one who they definitely really nailed the feel that they had in the early seasons of the show. Waymon also cannot resist speaking in whale puns. Basically, anytime he would say the word well, he says whale instead, which is just, it's fantastic. I love him so much. So yeah, most of these fights here, we're just going through using the newly acquired Ignition Flare that we just got to deal with them pretty handily. And it's very important that every single hit of Ignition Flare hits on a lot of these fights, which is why that extra accuracy really comes in handy.
Well, special layer of thin.
We're going to get more of him later, don't you worry.
This area.
He is a delight. So this area, all of these Coelamon in these kind of swimming sections are on a cycle, so we're going to try to get through here and not get into any extra encounters with these Coelamon. There's also an encounter that we're going to skip by kind of abusing the way that these currents work.
There!
Taking this encounter just to get through here without getting backstruck. We get a little bit of invulnerability after we take an encounter and run. Something else that I didn't realize when I was early running this game too, so when you run away from fights, you like hold a button and it like charges up the little circle. I didn't realize you could just like press a button and like just speed up the circle like automatically. So that ended up saving a lot of time, you know, in early developments of the run too, just knowing that you can just hit the A button and run away immediately. So we did get one encounter there, unfortunately, but that's okay. So this Dragomon encounter is supposed to be required. But we can just hold back on the control stick here. It's going to give us the dialogue that the current is too strong, and then we can just run away from him. One of the few like actual proper skips in this run. This run is relatively airtight otherwise. So basically here we need to wait for Divermon to bring his friend Submarimon here to help us out, because we need him to get through the stronger current that is blocking off the boss, which is Sharkmon. And then we're going to have one more fight here once Submarimon shows up. We're going to deal with it with just a nice clean cross art, hopefully. This is unfortunately a damage range, so there's a chance that Scorpiomon in the middle here doesn't die. But it's not a huge deal if it doesn't. We'll just finish it off really quick. Now we need the known bug equipped because we need Turiamon reversed for the boss. We're going to go ahead and slap that on really quick. So this fight, we want to see planning ahead get put on Sharkmon itself. This fight has a gimmick where there are two Divermons accompanying him, and they can taunt to prevent you from attacking Sharkmon. Ideally, we're just going to end the fight on turn 1, because when we're reversed, we're turning his water immunity into a max weakness, And then we're also reversing the data virus type matchup. So we're doing 4 times damage here. So we're going to buff Turiamon and then just hopefully just one-shot him. And if we get Planning Ahead applied to him right away, we can skip an attack boost and also use Auto Battle. Auto Battle is going to prioritize here attacking the thing that has the Planning Ahead debuff. So thankfully we got the good luck here, so we can skip this attack boost. We can just Excel boost Turiamon to double his damage. And then we're just going to Aqua Pressure, just going to one-shot him. And Sharkmon has the appropriate reaction to just getting one-shot, of just being like, the heck? So we're done with Abyss area. We're going to head back to Junomon and report to her that we took care of the Titan threat here for the time being. We're going to briefly find out that the Titans are after something called the Current. We aren't entirely sure what that is just yet, but we'll find that out in the next area, which is Gear Forest. And this is going to be the final area of kind of the first main chunk of the game. We're going to go into kind of what ends up being phase 2 of the run after Gear Forest is done. Yeah, this is an instance of a Digimon just kind of chiming in and being like, "Hey, what's up? I don't know how to spend time with friends. How do I hang out with people? Please
I told you that was one of them.
Look, it's hard to make friends in the modern era, okay?
You don't want to bore your friends. What are you going to do with
Yeah,
them?
exactly. It's probably another good time for some host messages if you've got anything for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. We've got a anonymous donor donating in $10 with no comment, but thank you so very, very much for your generosity. As a reminder, there's a lot you can do with your donations. In addition to being eligible for all the prizes that we have available right now, you can influence a lot of the incentives and challenges and bid wars that we've got going on, potentially naming characters, challenging the runners to complete more difficult and ridiculous tasks, and seeing more of the game. So make sure that when you donate in to check off the incentives part and put your money towards many of these wonderful incentives that we have coming up. For the next game, we have an incentive to name Rocket the Slime. So if you want to get your donations in to name our main character here for the next run of Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime, please do.
So we're doing a bit of menuing here. We're going to basically be switching a lot of the support duties over to our Planning Ahead Raptordramon from Aegiomon. We're about to be acquiring the Mega Digimon that I've been teasing for a good chunk of the early game. And the extra dungeon that we have to do in order to get that Digimon is going to ban Aegiomon from us for a little bit. So we need a Digimon that's faster than Turie, that has all of those buffing capabilities that Aegiomon has had this whole time. We also went into our agent skills and taught a very important skill called Sagacious Study, Peerless Perception, which is going to give us a higher chance of rare personality skills showing up when we train our Digimon in the Digifarm. And we're going to be doing some training on that Mega Digimon once we get it. And we need to get Fast Break on it like we have on Turiamon. So having a little bit of extra consistency there is very much appreciated. It's another thing we don't know the exact math on, but at least like anecdotally, it has helped drastically in like just keeping runs off the ground, or getting runs off the ground.
There.
We also have a good chunk of extra money routed in to give us essentially more rolls at getting that Fast Break personality skill swap showing up. So we're grabbing another guard item here just to help get a little bit of extra money to help ensure that we get that.
You got it.
So this outer dungeon that we're about to do, this optional area, I originally thought that you couldn't do this until the second time that we go to Gear Forest because it's often a side area. You kind of have to go out of your way for it on this first trip through. And a lot of the mid-game was a lot harder than it is now because we just didn't have that extra power boost. But now that we do, a lot of the mid-game has gotten a lot safer, a lot more consistent, and most importantly, a lot faster. Unfortunately, this side area we're going to do has a good chance of killing us. So that's kind of the main risk in doing it early, is just that it's a lot harder to win. And that's the main thing the game tries to do to keep you from getting that free Mega level Digimon. It's just like, you can't kill this thing. There's no way you're going to get this thing. But we have our methods. We have a Tsuruemon that went through solid Eye of the Tiger training montage. So now we're going to get to the Gear Forest Village, which is the main area where all the Digimon here live. And then we're going to immediately peace out without doing any more story progress right now. We're going to go get our free Tyrant Kabuterimon that hopefully cooperates with us. We're going to say hi, Bacchusmon, bye, Bacchusmon. And then we're going to head over here where this Mega Kabuterimon is hanging out. And this little red light over here is going to take us to our optional outer dungeon area. There's a good chunk of these hidden throughout the game. Each one of them gives you a free Digimon for completing them, as well as a couple other items and some money. This particular variety of them is basically just getting through the area on a time limit and defeating the boss at the end of the area. There are some that you ride on Pekmon, and they're basically like chocobo races. There's some that are like tower defense kind of sections. Thankfully, this one is pretty quick for us to get through. As long as Tyrant Kabuterimon doesn't kill us, so hopefully he does not do that. So there's a lot of enemies in here. There is an optimal path to fight as few as possible.
This can't be.
Thankfully, Tsuruemon is pretty good at dealing with these guys.
That one. Preparations complete. Yeah.
This can't be.
There are treasure chests in these dungeons too, but where they're placed and their contents are also semi-random, so we just kind of don't really rely on them at all for anything. All right, so what Tyrant does on turn 1 here is going to entirely dictate whether we live or die. And that is great. That is absolutely phenomenal. He basically has an attack that will just murder us. Like every single party member we have, they just die. But he also has the option of just lightly tapping somebody, and yep, exactly good. So we're going to do a quick little safety save here. We do need Tyrant to be one of 2 specific personality types. Realistically, any of the 3 available Valor personalities would work. However, he's going to join our party at level 60, and he's going to have the associated extra stats as if he had leveled up with that specific personality. So if he's Zealous, which thankfully he was not, he would have about 300 extra speed, which entirely screws up our speed tuning for the rest of the run. And it's workable, but you have to do a bunch of stuff that ends up losing you time elsewhere in order to make it work. So we're looking for specifically Reckless or Daring there. Reckless giving us extra HP, Daring giving us extra defense as far as the secondary stats. So neither of them really ruining anything we're trying to set up. So we're going to stop by our good friend Guapamon here, sell some more stuff, basically clean up the rest of our inventory of all these chips that we've been sitting on. And we're going to sell this attack boost that we picked up just to get it out of our system so that it's not in our way for later menus. And then we're going to go progress the story a little bit, talk to Bacchusmon. And then we're going to have an in-between theater entrance here that we're going to dip into really quick and do our Tyrant Kabuterimon training montage. So I touched on it a little bit earlier, but basically the way the personalities work is all 16 of them are on a grid. And there's the 4 corners are 4 groups of 4 that are kind of the 4 different categories of personalities. So Valor is the top right quadrant. And whenever you do training in the Digifarm, every single one of the A-level training items will basically send your personality in a certain direction on the grid. And what we're looking for is moving it around to swap Tyrant's personality around whenever we swap personalities, it's going to basically guarantee us a attempted roll at a personality skill. So we're going to get to Brave here. We're not going to be looking for that, but we're going to switch him over to Zealous with the Tea Room that we kept in our inventory. And every single time we roll to Zealous, we're going to get an opportunity to get Fast Break. We basically get 5 easy rolls here, and if we don't get it, I'll just load it back up and we'll move on with our lives. But we'll try to get it here organically. It's extra insulting if you switch over to Brave and get Extra Strikes Tech, because that's the rare personality skill for Brave. So if that shows up at all, that's the game really memeing us. We've got one more roll here, and then we'll go ahead and just load the back up. And there's Extra Strike Tech. Okay, the game is laughing at us. I see. I see how it is. Okay, that's fine. So I believe it's this one. Okay, yeah, we're good to go. So the rest of that training montage would be doing the same thing we did with Tsuruemon, getting Tyrant caught up on stats. So he's also sitting at about that 7,600 attack threshold that we were looking for with Tsuruemon as well. We need to switch this guy in. We're going to be dropping the other Raptor-Dramon that we no longer need. We're going to change some stuff in here. We're good here. Just completely lost my spot for a second there. So we're going to... Now that we're done with this Raptor-Dramon, it is conveniently the personality type that we want for our 3rd Shell Numamon. So we're going to go ahead and get that set up to be our 3rd Shell Numamon, and that will eventually fulfill that role for us. And we'll get into why those Shell Numamons are so important in not too terribly long here. I can finally stop teasing it. So now as we're getting to this final area of the Gear Forest, we kind of have this like Lost Woods-esque section. Basically how we need to progress through here is just run circles around this mysterious tree in the middle that may or may not be rotating around and watching us. It's probably not a Digimon, it's fine.
There.
So now we're basically going to be told to like analyze the area and do a scan and realize that this is a Digimon, and we're just going to attack it. And now we're going to see exactly how strong Tyrant Kabuterimon is. Oh, it's dead. Okay. So Tyrant Kabuterimon not only is a Mega level Digimon, so he's got really good stats from the get-go, but he's also level 60. As I touched on earlier, being a higher level weighs into the damage formula quite a bit as well. He's also got a signature move called Shine of Bee, which if chat wants to do me a favor, I would love it if you'd spam all the bee emojis that you have on Twitch whenever I use Shine of Bee. I want to look back at this VOD and see a bunch of bees in chat, because we're going to be using this move a lot. So a lot of the moves that we've been using throughout the game so far, these rank 2 moves are about like 60, 65 base power. Shine of Bee is 110. It hits everything. It's 100% accurate. It kind of works like Hyper Beam in Pokemon, where you're stunned the turn after you use it. But generally, when we click that button, everything dies. And he also has another unique skill called Bee Cyclone, which is kind of a defensive buff for our entire party that just kind of reduces the damage that we take. It's going to be useful on quite a bit of the fights that we can't just end immediately. So Tyrant's useful in a lot of regards. So now that we're done with the Gear Forest, we get a call from Junomon that the Guardian Palace where she resides is being attacked by a bunch of Titans. Because they're after the great treasure of Iliad that is hidden in the palace. So now we get this little train section where we get to kind of just run along, fight a bunch of Digimon, and I will go ahead and throw it back over to the host while we're kicking some train booty.
Good, good. Great, great. You got it. There. You got it. There. Well done. Good, good. You got it. Heck good, yeah. Good. Great. You got it. Great. Great.
This section can be a little spooky if any of these Digimon make contact with us, which their hitboxes are rather large. We do have to restart this entire section. Thankfully, it's pretty lenient. It's pretty hard to mess this up, but I have messed this up in runs before, and it hurts really bad.
Well done. Good, good. Well done. You got it. Well done. Good, good. Well done. Good, good. Great. There. Good, good. Well done. Great. Great. You got it. Great.
So now at the end of the train, we're going to fight this Grand Kawagamon. This is a fight you're kind of supposed to lose. After you take a couple actions of not really doing a whole lot to it, Junomon basically steps in and strikes it with a bolt of lightning. Thankfully, we have this Tyrant Kabuterimon that just takes it out in one shot before she has a chance to even do anything. At this point of the game, we are way stronger than the game intends us to be. So a lot of this mid-game here, it's going to get one shot. Unfortunately, Fugamon resists fire, so we can't quite take him out, but Teruyamon's enough to finish it off. So at the end of this fight, Titamon's going to show up, going to try to take the treasure from Junomon. And Junomon's basically going to send it with us. She's going to open a gate to the real world and basically tell us to run away with it. Unfortunately, she expects Aegiomon to stay here with her and help her defend the digital world. But Aegiomon is much more attached to the human world since he grew up there, essentially. And he really wants to protect Inori. So he's going to come with us, and Junomon is not going to like that too much, as we're going to find out a little bit later into the game. Unfortunately, in Junomon going berserk at that revelation, she's going to open a huge wormhole to the real world, much larger than she intended, and it's going to suck a bunch of the Titans into the real world as well. So now we're back in the real world, but now there's enemy Digimon here everywhere, and basically all the citizens are forced to evacuate and go into hiding, while public safety kind of tries to take control of the situation. So basically this section we're going through, there's a bunch of like net pulse generators that are going to help stop the Titans. And we're kind of going through and giving them their power sources that they need to function. And this is all going to culminate in a fight with Titamon that we actually are supposed to win this time. And this definitely used to be one of the scariest fights in the run before we had Tyrant this early. Tyrant makes pretty handy work of him, though, thankfully. Hopefully this Dragomon here is not in the way. Good. Thankfully, we have this mini-map in the top right-hand corner that kind of lets us scout out where enemies are going to be positioned, and we're going to know if they're going to be in our way ahead of time. We can kind of act accordingly. Also, during all those cutscenes as well, Aegiomon was able to digivolve into his ultimate form, which is Aegiokusmon. He's going to have various forms of Aegiokusmon throughout the game. We're only going to see 2 of them. We're going to basically be using the red form and the holy form for the entire duration of the time that we see him. Basically, the data fragment items that I talked about a little bit earlier, we're going to get throughout the game. There's a few different ones, and basically equipping them to Aegiomon will start him in battle evolved to whatever respective Aegiokus form is associated with it. We're mostly going to be using the red one on him just for the extra stats from being an ultimate. The blue one is going to be used for damage once we get that in a little bit here. So this is the last little solo Aegiomon section. This is why we taught Heavy Strike. The main enemy here is weak to Electric, which Aegiomon just kind of has inherently. So we're going to focus down this Dragomon. We have this Black Gatomon to hopefully help us. She's usually not very helpful, unfortunately. So hopefully she does this last little bit of missing damage here, which, yep. Of course, she's just messing around.
She tried.
And then these Kurosarimons on the side are weak to the Null element, which is basically like normal. So that's what we needed Heavy Strike for. I'll just finish this one off. Okay, we'll take this out on the next turn. Pretty slow fight, but you're mostly subject to what Black Gatomon does there. There's not really a whole lot you can do, unfortunately. So now we need to lower the water in this area that we were in earlier in the game. Because all this equipment is in here now and it's all just drowning in water, which is not good. Don't put your electronics in water. Wouldn't recommend it. And this Black Gatomon is one of the Black Gatomons we fought earlier on in the game. And she kind of just got attached to Asuna, and they're just kind of buddies now. And it's going to end up being her partner Digimon later, which is really, really cute.
You know we love Gatomons in this run.
Sure do. We had to look like one after all.
Mm-hmm.
Very important. We've got a little bit more time here before the Titamon fight if we have any more host messages as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got $50 coming in from Doughwolf, who says, "Oh God, why did it have to be bees?" Thank you so much, Doughwolf. I was talking a little bit about the upcoming incentives and challenges for some of the upcoming runs here. Like I said earlier, Name Rocket the Slime is going to be for our next run, which is going to be probably in about 2 hours. But I also want to highlight a couple of the other incentives and challenges we have coming up. In particular, I'm always a huge fan of incentives that involve singing. So we've got one for Final Fantasy VIII, Sing Eyes on Me. I really, really want to see that incentive get met. So when I watch that run later, I can listen to Eyes on Me.
It's always incredible how talented of musicians we also have in the speedrunning community. We've had so many runs at like various GDQs and various marathons recently that just have really showcased a lot of talented musicians in the speedrunning scene. It's been really awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
We could sing the Digimon theme song.
Good. This game actually has a very, very good credits song that's very like good vocals, very good everything. It's always a nice way to cap off runs at home. So just let that play. Recent Digimon games in general have just really nailed the credits music. Digimon Survive also has an incredible credits song.
Great.
As someone who's no stranger to singing ending credits themes, then yeah, no, I can definitely appreciate that.
Ready to launch.
Shine a beam!
All right, so we're finally coming up on our fight with Titamon here. Titamon also learned how to Digi-Ride. He's got a Skullbaluchimon that he's riding on. That's going to be the first phase of the fight. And then we're going to knock him off of that Skullbaluchimon, and then he's going to go Berserk. And we're going to have to deal with a second phase. The second phase is really weird because it's another fight where he's going to get stuck at 1 HP, and we basically need a certain amount of cutscenes to play. We don't need every cutscene that can play to play, however. There's a gimmick to this fight where Monica in a second is going to give us an item that basically is like an EMP as far as Titamon's like magic is concerned. Titamon is going to have access to an attack that kind of cheats time and lets him like cheat a bunch of turn orders and like get a bunch of actions. We're ideally going to take him out before that if our damage works out just the right way. This fight kind of works weird where if you do too much, even if you're putting him at 1 HP, if you can still do too much damage and like progress the cutscenes a little bit too much. So we really have to control our damage here in such a way that we still trigger the 1 HP barrier to go away, but we still have access to taking him out as soon as possible. So we're going to set up Tyrant here with some attack boosts, but not too many. And unfortunately, this is going to be a damage roll as far as getting the damage we need. But if you use another attack boost here, you end up basically guaranteed doing too much damage and pushing into that later part of the fight that we just don't want to see at all. So hopefully we just get just the right damage roll here. So he's going to get a couple actions here at the start of the phase transition. We're going to cross art, do a chunk of damage, and then we're going to Shine of B. Hopefully this gets us there. That looks pretty good. So we're going to get one cutscene here. That's going to remove the 1 HP barrier, and then Agiokus can just punch him. And we entirely avoided all the bad stuff.
Nice.
The power of the treasure is...
So now after Titamon absorbed the power of the treasure of Iliad, it's going to go out of control, and it's going to basically suck us all into a big time wormhole that's going to send us 8 years into the past. We're also going to finally meet the leaders of the various digital worlds. The leader of the Iliad world that we're currently in is going to be Homeros, the sleepy pink one on the left. There's also King Drazel, who leads the Royal Knights, and then also Kunlun, who leads Shambhala. And hopefully they will get their own games eventually. Their TS incarnations are going to get cards in the card game in upcoming sets as well, so that's going to be really exciting to see. So now that we've been sent, sorry, I misspoke earlier. We get sent 8 years into the future, not 8 years into the past. So now that we're 8 years into the future, we are now in a world where after the Digimon had invaded 8 years prior, people kind of know what Digimon are, and they've been segregated into a walled-off section of Japan by a giant wall called the Wall of Hope. And people are understandably very biased against Digimon. And we're just kind of running around with one following us, and people are going to kind of call attention to that, even though we are time strangers and don't really know what's going on.
Good one.
Hey, it's the name of the game. So basically the whole crux of the second half of the game is going to be revisiting the areas that we did in the first half of the game and seeing the changes that transpired in those last 8 years. A lot of the Digimon we interacted with are going to digivolve and change, and we're going to see a lot of the areas largely have deteriorated over time, and we're going to do the best that we can to restore them to their former glory. The main goal of the second half of the game is going to be recruiting the Olympus 12 and using them to defeat who we end up learning is the main bad of Chronomon. Basically, the tale of Chronomon was that he was this great hero that defeated the Titans and banished them to the lower parts of the digital world. And basically, we're going to find out that a lot of that was kind of a fabrication to glorify him. And he's actually just someone burdened with the responsibility of being the keeper of time who doesn't want that responsibility, as we'll find out later in the story. But now we're being taken by Asuna. We were captured by public safety because we are harboring a Digimon, which is kind of illegal at this point. But she's going to bust us out and take us to Rebellion Village, which is basically where all the Digimon who were residing in Central Town got kicked out to. Basically, the Titans overran Central Town, and the Digimon of Central Town had nowhere to go except for fleeing to the human world. So we're going to meet with Marukimon, who's been gravely injured, and he's going to be not doing so hot for quite a while here. And the Black Gatomon that was following Asuna around is digivolved into a Beelstar, so she's just kind of hanging out with Asuna a lot of times. And Monica, in her nerdy ways, gave Asuna this like spy suit that is based off an anime that people keep making reference to. There's a lot of characters talking to us specifically being like, wow, you really look like an anime this character from this anime. I wonder why that is. That's so weird. We'll find out a little bit why that is a little bit later into the game. So our first area that we need to revisit is the Abyss area, where we're going to meet with the evolved forms of the Shellmon and the Divermon from our adventures there earlier.
Wait!
So we're basically waiting for one more batch of anomaly points to come in once we get to the Abyss area next, and then we're going to do one big menu to prep for another one of the more involved fights in the run. This is another boss that kind of has a gimmick that limits how much damage we can do to it. So it's going to cause us to get a little bit creative in how we deal with it. And it's going to be the first fight that we really get to see these Shellnumamons in action. And they're going to get to poop on things. No, I'm not kidding. So Shellnumamon is one of a few Digimon that have a special skill that's unique to them that basically just does percent damage, percent HP damage. And it's not physical, it's not magic, it's kind of just its own unaffiliated thing. So we can use it to get around a lot of spell immunity, physical immunity, things like that, as well as just doing a bunch of damage. So this next fight is going to start physical immune, when most of our damage is physical. And we basically need to hit it a certain number of times with magic attacks to shift the phase over. So we're going to use those Shell Numemons to kind of chip away at its HP while we're using other Digimon to advance the phase forward and also try to not die. So we're going to go into our agent skills here. We're going to learn Cross Art Strike, and we're going to get a skill that increases our damage from Cross Arts. We're going to teach the skill that I've been teasing a couple times of increasing our stats on our Brave Digimon. Some extra SP, some extra magic resist, and some extra defense. And then we're going to equip some stuff on Aegiomon. We're going to give him the Crimson Dragon Data Fragment to permanently evolve him into Aegiochus Red. We're going to give him just a weak magic attack that can just fulfill the condition we need for this next fight. And we're going to finally put these guys in our party. And then Digivolve this Automamon into our third Shell Numemon. And then move on right on with our way. So yeah, basically the only thing this next fight is going to check for is the number of times we've even tried to attack it with a magic skill for the phase to advance forward. It doesn't even care if we hit or how many times we hit. As long as we attempt to hit it with a certain number of magic skills, it will push the phase forward. So really any skill that he's not immune to will do. I'm actually not sure if skills that he's immune to work. I haven't tested it. It wouldn't really be any faster. But I guess if you're allowed to miss, it would stand to reason that you're allowed to be immune as well. Whale. Any whale. I love Waymon. He's a friend. So we're going to reunite with Submarimon. He's going to take us through those strong currents like he did the first time we were here. Then we're going to fight our next boss, which is Skull Seadramon. Thankfully, don't have to worry about these Scorpions that are in the way. Submarimon just barges right through them.
Good.
And thankfully, when you're Digi-riding, if the Digimon that you're on is like strong enough relative to the thing you run into, it just instantly dies. So Tyrant is so strong that he's just going to run over a lot of stuff, thankfully, for the rest of the game. There are some exceptions that we'll get to, but for the most part, he can just bowl through everything. Let me restart this really quick.
Watch out! Oh no. Now,
So we're going to get some boosts set up on this Terrariumon before we switch it out with the Shell Numemons. We're basically going to be softening them up and then switching them back in.
Are you okay? I'm counting on you. Are you okay?
One more boost here. Switch Terri out. Thankfully, when a Digimon is in the reserve, the turns on its buffs don't tick down. So as soon as we switch it back in, it's going to be back to having all of its buffs still active. So we're going to use B-Cyclone to buff up our defenses a little bit, because these Shell Numemons are pretty fragile right now, and we don't want them to die on us. We're going to have to get Aegiomon back up. Cadence of this is going to be a little bit off because Aegiochus died. Okay, no, it still worked out. We're fine. So now we're on to the Magic Immune phase. We're going to get an Excel boost up on Tyrant as well. And then we're going to do one more Shell Numemon poop, and then swap out the other one to Terrariumon.
I'm counting on you. Yeah.
So this isn't going to quite take it out, but Tyrant will be able to finish it off.
Shine of feet.
Okay. Yeah, that fight can go even longer. There's further phases where you get up to his head, and he also has like a charge attack that you have to like break this gem in his mouth. And we're still able to, even though that fight did take a couple turns, especially longer than a lot of the fights we've been having recently, still doesn't go long enough that we see the rest of the fight. I'm gonna grab one more medical spray deluxe here for later.
I need to run to the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
So basically the story of this area is now that Venusmon has digivolved from Shellmon and Neptunemon has digivolved from Divermon, they are both members of the Olympus 12. They're basically trying to harbor peace between the non-Titans and the Titans. And there's a Digimon by the name of Lonamon who's a Titan who is basically pretending to be nice and gives Venusmon a bottle of wine to give to Neptunemon as a peace offering. It turns out that wine is poisoned, and Neptunemon is going to meet an untimely end. And this is going to be the first of our kind of time loop scenarios where one of the Olympus 12 is going to meet an untimely end, and we're going to have to get sent back in time to the start of the area and do something about it. All of these are kind of accompanied by a cutscene that they're really cool. Let a couple seconds of this first one play. They're kind of these like shadow puppet cutscenes. And all of these were made with real life puppets. There's like behind the scenes videos online of like the dev team like making all these puppets and doing all these cutscenes with them. It's really, really cool.
Once upon a time, a Shellmon who lived on the outskirts of a seaside village saved an injured Divermon.
Yeah, they're all really pretty. There's a bunch. Definitely play this game and see them all for yourself. But they just add like a really cool character to this part of the game. So now we're going to get sent back in time before Neptunemon consumes the poison. And we're going to attempt to stop the Lonamon from giving that poison over to Venusmon. And we're going to find out that the Lonamon is none too nice, it turns out. Poisoning people is often a key characteristic of someone who's kind of a bully. So the next two fights are basically going to be with Lonamon and Kalmaramon, which is Lonamon after she digivolves. The Lonamon fight is pretty simple. It's not really like a true boss. We're just going to shine a bee her and take her out really quick. And then the Kalmaramon fight is going to be a little bit more involved, but not too nuts.
Ready to go.
So we're following her. She's trying to escape on the Blintmon that flew us here. And we're basically chasing her down. She's trying to get away from her responsibilities of... Doesn't want to look like she's responsible for poisoning people. Understandably. So now we get to go back down and stop her from bringing the poison down herself. We're going to take Waymon one more time. Our good friend Waymon. Well. So Kalmaramon is a fight that also used to be a lot more annoying than it currently is. It's another fight that she's stuck at 1 HP. There's only so much damage we can do before certain cutscenes play. So we're basically going to blow her up on turn 1 and then hope that Venusmon finishes her off for us. Otherwise, we're going to have to finish her off in a couple actions later, rather.
Please?
Ourselves. So we're going to cross art. And then we're going to shine a bee, which is just going to do her entire health bar. A good chunk of her health bar.
Sure thing.
Oh, I just did not menu before this fight at all. Okay, that's fine. We'll fix that really quick. Thankfully, this game is really aggressive with autosaves. So thankfully, if you make any small mistakes like that, it's not a big deal. All right, we're going to try that one more time. That's going to look a lot cooler this time.
Ready to go. Are you okay? Launching cross art.
Let's go! Shine of beast! Fine. Oh!
So now we got the cutscene. Now her 1 HP limit is gone. Hopefully Venusmon finishes her off for us.
This is it.
Nice. All right, that's what that's supposed to look like. And now we're going to get the blue steel data fragment for finishing this revisit to the Abyss area, which is intended to unlock Aegiochus Blue, but it is also just a piece of equipment that gives us 50% extra damage on skills for the cost of doubling our SP, which is going to be put on Tyrant for a good chunk of the rest of the game. Shine of B is a really expensive SP skill, but the game full heals you a lot in this section, so we're going to get that refunded almost constantly, thankfully, so we can keep up with its really expensive SP cost. And then we've also hit Agent Rank 5 from teaching that last skill, so we're going to evolve the only ultimate that we're going to manually digivolve into, which is Raptor Dramon into Greydmon. Coming up pretty soon here, we're going to need a Digimon that's faster than Tyrant, because we're going to start getting outscaled just slightly enough that we need a Digimon that can buff Tyrant before Tyrant takes its first action. We can't just willy-nilly click Shine of B and kill everything anymore. So we're going to need a Digimon that can get quite a bit faster, and thankfully Raptor Dramon has an easy evolution path to Greydmon. That we just need to have given him a couple extra speed chips, which we did earlier, in order to meet the stat requirements for digivolving into him. So now we're going to report back to Marukimon after we took care of the Abyss area shenanigans, and he's going to send us off to revisit the Gear Forest. Because, as we learned earlier, the Titans are after the Current, which, as we now kind of know a little bit more about, it's basically a power source running through Iliad, and the center of it is in the Gear Forest. So the Titans are going to attempt to take control of the Gear Forest in order to seize control of it for themselves.
Can I leave it to you to procure the fruit?
We're also partially here because we're trying to find a cure for Marukimon who got poisoned. So there's a fruit called the Carpos Hule that is allegedly in the Gear Forest that we're looking for while we're here as well.
What is Venusmon's bird's name?
Olive?
Olive.
Yeah, she has a bird named Olive and a clamshell named Hotan.
Good, good.
Just random Digimon trivia that is told to you almost nowhere, but
Always with her.
yes. Always completely bug-eyed, looking like a little goof. No matter how serious the cutscene is, he's just sitting there like...
Good, good.
So we're going to use this section with Tyrant running over things and kind of giving us passive conversion gauge on a bunch of these Digimon encounters here to just get a little bit of extra experience for Tsurugiemon. Tsurugiemon isn't quite done being a DPS. There are a lot of fights later on in the game that we're going to kind of flip-flop between Tyrant and Tsurugie still. Tyrant is a virus Digimon, so a lot of the other virus Digimon that we're going to be fighting, we basically don't get any sort of type advantage for, even when we're reversed, because it's reversing like 0, basically. So Tsurugiemon being data is still going to be really, really useful for us for hitting that extra weakness. It kind of evens out, like Tyrant being level 60 gives us kind of roughly the same damage difference in a lot of fights. But as Tsurugiemon gets more caught up in levels, Tsurugiemon's going to get to like almost level 50-ish by the end of the run. Tsurugiemon's going to start catching up in damage quite a bit in not too long here. So we're kind of just running over everything that we want the conversion gauge build up from, and that we know that Tyrant can one-hit just by running over it. And we basically have to run through this area twice, so we get to build up a lot of gauge on the Digimon that we want to acquire here. So we find out that Bacchusmon is basically losing this huge fight to stop the Titans from taking over. And we basically got here too late, and everyone's going to pretty much be dead already. That's going to trigger our cutscene that we had before, like when Neptunemon died. And now we have the most relatable fight of any fight in a video game, honestly. He's going to try to hurt us, and then sudden back pain comes in, and it's fine.
Perhaps you may be able.
He's like, oh, sorry, I recognize you guys. Also, my back hurts. I see you, Cherrymon. I hear you.
I think a lot of us here do.
Definitely. Once you turn 30, everything starts hurting.
How old do you think Cherrymon is?
Yes.
Okay.
He's 30 times an amount, probably.
Victory.
He has every right to have back pain. I mean, he's basically standing there, like, spinning in circles all day. Like,
True.
I would have egregious back pain, too, if I was him.
Maybe he has trunk pain.
It's the root of all his problems.
Good one.
Thanks.
I was going to make a rude joke.
Well done. Well done.
Probably get a little bit more time for some host messages if you've got some while we're running back through here.
Sure. In addition to our main stream in English here, I also want to highlight some of our foreign language restreams. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/lefrenchrestream and Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If any of those restreams can perhaps help you better enjoy the show, go ahead and check it out, and I'm sure they'll be happy to have you over there. Additionally, I also wanted to highlight two of the very big prizes that we have going on right now.
Great.
Our semi-grand prize, minimum $150 cumulative donation from now until the end of Zeliard, which I believe is Tuesday. For $150 cumulative dollars, you'll be eligible for the Final Fantasy IV Warriors Illuminated Manuscript. And this year's grand prize, $225 cumulative donation throughout the whole event, will get you eligible for the custom Nintendo Switch 2 Pokopia bundle. So please donate in to help support Nami and help support RPG Limit Break and get yourself eligible for these wonderful prizes.
Great. Good, good. Well done.
All right, so now that we've taken a little bit of a faster path to the Gear Forest on this second trip through here on the time loop, we're going to find out that there's Titans that have the power to put everyone to sleep here. And they're basically putting everyone to sleep so that the invasion just gets free reign over everything. And we're basically going to go into this like dream realm and stop the Digimon that's putting everyone to sleep so that we can actually defend the area.
Snore.
Snore. All right, so we're going to convert all these Digimon that we've been getting gauge for. We're going to load them into the Turier a little bit later. We're going to let them cook a little bit first.
Good, good.
And this section is kind of a bit of a teleporter puzzle, but the entire crux of the puzzle is just hold left after the first teleporter. And then say hi to Bacchusmon. Hi, Bacchusmon.
His walking animation is really something.
He's a very unfortunately designed creature as far as getting around.
Now.
They didn't make it easy for him. So now that we've defeated Witchmon, which is the Digimon that was putting everyone to sleep, we have to defeat Tyrant Kabuterimon. Yes, our evil doppelganger that is leading the kind of insectoid Titan Digimon and invading the Gear Forest. This is another fight that we are kind of limited in how much damage we can do. We're going to blow him up early, and then we kind of have to wait for Bacchusmon to do his little mode change and kill steal from us.
Ready to launch. Take this.
We're going to cross art, we're going to crescent leaf.
You were right. I shouldn't have let my go.
Just to be sure. Alright, so now we can just sit here and guard.
I'm sorry.
Wait for Bacchusmon to do his thing. Hey Joe, dying is actually fine. It's one less turn we need to skip through.
All right.
I felt it.
Please.
Alright, so that wraps up our Gear Forest revisit. Now we're going to get sent back to Factorial area, which has now been also taken over by Titans and turned into basically just a coliseum for sport. And this is where we're going to reunite with those Bearmon brothers that we saved from the sewers earlier on in the game.
Hey, where did you run off to?
One thing really quick.
Current.
Definitely got a little bit of more time for some messages if you've got anything else for us.
Well, for long marathons like this, to stay up and watch as much of it as I can, I need myself some coffee. And what better coffee than Dragon Roast coffee? Head on over to www.dragonroast.coffee and browse their selection of stuff. Pick out some things you like. We've also got Mimi's Loot, which is our exclusive coffee that's available on the site there. So go ahead and take a look at Dragon Roast coffee and consider ordering some things from them. That's one more time. That's www.dragonroast.coffee. And to call attention one more time, the next run is going to be Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime, and we've got a bid war open for naming Rocket the Slime. That's going to be open probably until just about the end of this run. So you've got about an hour and a half, I would say, maybe a little less. So if you want to see your name or your name of your choice for Rocket the Slime, go ahead and donate in now. And know that you're supporting Nami. So thank you very much.
So in going to the Factorial area, we're going to find out that one of the Bearmon brothers fled the digital world, and there's basically a real-world Coliseum and a digital world Coliseum, and each of the Bearmon brothers has kind of become the champion of their own respective arenas. So the first part of this section is going to be going to the real-world Coliseum, going through some fights, and then recruiting the real-world Bearmon brother to go kind of deal with his digital world Baramon brother, who's been not having a great time of it.
Ouro.
So we're going to do 4 quick fights here that Tyrant is going to make quick work of. And then we're going to do a little bit of menuing to make Greymon finally faster than Tyrant, because we're going to need a Digimon to do a little bit of extra setup for Tyrant. And then a lot of this next section is going to be kind of flip-flopping the speed equipment like we were doing earlier, making Tyrant faster, making Tyrant slower, just for sections of fights that we don't need the extra buffing for, just to save a little bit of time on skipping through turns.
Please, Captain.
Ready to
Let's
launch.
go. Shine a beam. Please, Captain.
Preparations
Let's
complete.
go. Shine a beam.
All right, so now after this fight, we're going to use a Talent Awakening Booster Deluxe on Terurie to increase its level cap. And then we're going to use some speed augment chips. Terurie needs to be fast enough for a certain section later on in the run, so we're giving it a few of these speed chips for later, giving it a little bit of extra experience.
Please, Captain.
And then going in here, we need Excel Boost on Tyrant in order to finish off Grapleomon. Now we're going to knock him some sense into him, and we're going to take him to go deal with his brother in the digital world. Unfortunately, this part of the game, they need their time loop, and they need one of the Olympus 12 to die. So we get a call from Hiroko, who is like, I made this anime while you guys were gone this last 8 years. I really want you guys to watch the premiere. And then we find out, oops, the Grapleomon went to the other Coliseum by himself and died. So that's going to force our rewind here. And then we fix that by simply not caring about Hiroko calling us.
She showed us a pretty cool anime, though.
We definitely look like an anime character, apparently, so whatever reason that may be.
What's your favorite season of the Digimon anime?
I am a staunch defender of the Atmon spinoff. It gets a lot of flack for being a spinoff, but I love it to death.
And it's in the TCG, so...
Yeah, it's been getting a lot of support over time. Like each of the main characters has kind of gotten their own respective deck. Yeah, Atmon's basically like a spin-off series that all of the Digimon are like themed off of mobile apps. So you've got like a Google Maps Digimon, you've got like a Google search Digimon. Like it's really cute. The characters are really good. There's a lot of good nuance to it. It's unfortunately one of those series a lot of people just kind of look at and go, it's a spin-off, I'm just going to skip it. And it just doesn't get the attention it deserves. It's criminal.
Have you talked about those cutscenes with the cutouts?
Yes, that was while you were in the bathroom.
It'd be cool if they did like a cafe pop-up where you could like go see those.
Ooh,
in
that would be
person
really
in
cool.
Japan.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I'll be very curious to see what kind of stuff, because they're done with the initial wave of DLC that this game got. It got 3 waves of additional DLC, but they have teased a big story expansion coming in 2027 that we really just know nothing about at this point. So very, very excited to see what they have in store for us with this game.
Have the DLCs so far been like post-game or within the game?
You can access them pretty early, but they are scaled to like end game difficulty. So you're kind of intended to do them in the final like side quest cleanup at the end of the game. Alright, so we're going to take 1 speed equipment off of Greymon here because we need Tyrant to be faster for a couple fights. So this next fight has a Matadormon in it. Matadormon has a kind of invisible passive that I think is just a holdover from the boss fight with Matadormon in Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory. where it just has 50% evasion chance. And we use an accuracy increasing item there to get a little bit more consistency, and thankfully we didn't miss there, which is really nice. That fight can go really bad if you just keep missing him over and over and over again. It ends up kind of just being, after a point, faster to just restart the fight and try again. Yeah, that's a really stealthy way to lose a lot of time in runs, unfortunately. Yeah, that boss in Hacker's Memory is also like a very notorious difficulty spike in that game as well. For a very good reason. If you have a fight that can just 50% evade everything, like that's really, really annoying. All right, so now we need Greydmon to be faster again, so we're going to slap that speed equipment back on. Strangely, one of the fights we have to work the hardest at here is a cute little Terriermon and a cute little Lopmon. Unfortunately, one of them is very weak to us, and one of them is very resistant to us, so we kind of just have to brute force the one that's resistant. And now we get to fight the Titan Bearmon brother, Callusmon. He's basically been exploited by the Titans and turned into kind of a relentless monster that's just here to be the champion of the Colosseum and take everyone out.
Let's go! Shine a beast!
So we're going to blow him up. He's going to get stuck at 1 HP. This is going to trigger the cutscene where Grappliomon evolves into Marsmon, which is the next of the Olympus 12 that we're going to get recruited. And then we can just punch him. Oh. It probably is pretty painful getting punched by a rabbit that looks like Goku.
It's a fair comparison, I suppose.
I think like almost every stream I've done of like runs of this game, someone makes some comment about like Tsuruemon stealing Goku's clothes. Alright, so we're going to take the speed equipment back off of Greydmon. Because our next section is going to be retaking Central Town. And a lot of these fights we just don't need help from Greydmon, so. And our Olympus 12 that we need to save here is going to be Marukimon. He's going to barge in by himself. A lot of that going on in this section is people being a little too big for their britches, and turns out leading a retaking of your city while you're poisoned is not a great idea. Talk to Monica.
Thanks to her efforts.
So this is where we learn a little bit more about. There's a giant machine that was kind of chasing us around in the tutorial area in the prologue. It's basically a machine designed to eradicate Digimon. Now that Digimon are known to the world, the government doesn't exactly like that and wants to essentially genocide them, which we don't want. We kind of like Digimon for the most part. So we're basically in a situation where they're triggering this giant machine, and it's going to basically re-trigger the big sequence of events that was the catalyst for the start of the story at the start of the game. So we're going to have a little run through here and trigger another rewind event from that.
And we find out, or do we find out later, that Inori's dad is kind of
I think that's here,
part of it as well.
Yeah, Inori's dad, understandably, did not take too kindly to his daughter disappearing for 8 years. And he had already lost his wife and son to a Digimon-related incident 3 years prior to the initial events. So he is understandably very bitter against Digimon. And now that it's basically taken all his family from him, he works with the government to develop this giant robot to basically get his revenge for his family, essentially. And Inori tries to plead with him to stop, and he is not having any of it. Okay, now we're regrouping with the invading party to retake Central Town. We're going to catch them before they leave. And conveniently, Venusmon now has found the Karpos Hule fruit that we were looking for before. So now Marukimon's going to be cured, and we can help him retake Central Town.
Thank goodness we made it in time.
And yeah, we're going to be running through Central Town, just cleaning up some fights. So we've got a little bit more time for host messages if we've got anything.
I'd like to share an important message here. In an effort to support the mission statement of NAMI, we would like to encourage viewers in chat and our donors to avoid using mental health-related pejoratives when describing situations that are extraordinary, in terms like crazy, insane, mental, nuts, those kinds of things. We ask you to be mindful of the specific language you use, as many people do not even realize that these are pejoratives. Instead, consider substituting them with words such as amazing, ridiculous, or wild. We greatly appreciate your cooperation with this, and we hope that you can carry this forward into your everyday lives. And once again, I'd like to call some attention to upcoming bid wars and incentives. For the next run, Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime, we can name Rocket the Slime. And then there are some bid wars and incentives as well for Final Fantasy VIII. That's going to come up a little bit later as well. So you can donate in for some naming incentives for Final Fantasy VIII. Excuse me. Did I say Final Fantasy? I meant Final Fantasy VIII. First, you can name Squall, and you can also name Renoa, who the current winning bid is Squall 2. Choosing the concert music between the Irish Jig or Eyes on Me. Irish Jig is currently in the lead. And our two incentives to sing Eyes on Me and for some extra content to fight the Seal Guardians. So if you want to see extra content in Final Fantasy VIII, definitely get your donations in and make sure to put your donations towards the incentives when you complete that.
All right, so now we've got the boss here. We're basically defeating the new leader of Central Town, which is Venomiotismon. Another pretty simple fight. Gonna get a little use out of Saint Knuckle here. And then we taught Shadowfang earlier on Turiamon that we got from one of the Kurisarimons that we loaded. It's very good coverage here with the reverse, so we're just gonna take him out pretty quick. And then that's our Central Town retake done. So now that we've taken back Central Town, we're going to meet with Marukimon again, and he's going to instruct us to go to the Dark Field where the Titans are originally from, and speak to their leader, Plutomon, and really figure out what's going on. In that last cutscene with Venomiotismon as well, we're introduced to kind of this mysterious Digimon that's a evil Cherubimon that is kind of, we're learning, is helping orchestrate some of these incidents occurring. So we're kind of trying to figure out more with that as well. And this next section, or this next area, is going to be a little bit of a teleporter puzzle. There's going to be a Digimon that's going to teleport us around based on the responses we give to him. So we want to give him very specific responses, pay attention to the dialogue that we're responding,
If what you say
and make sure that we don't misinput anything. And there's that Zuba Eagermon calling us about the 20th and wondering what the heck he's been talking about when he says it. He just doesn't understand the lingo. All right, so this area is cringe, literally. This Gekomon that we meet here, we tell him that we want to go meet with Lord Plutomon, the leader of the Titans. And this Gekomon has a strange power where He teleports around when he hears positive platitudes. So we're basically going to say positive things to him, and he's going to cringe so hard that we warp around. And then he gets nauseous and says warp a lot. Yep. Thankfully, the responses to this are the same every single time, so we just know the right answers. We tell him what he wants to hear, or rather doesn't want to hear. We tell him what gets us where we need to go, I guess. Yeah. Don't tell him cringe is dead. He would disagree.
Yeah, I don't think his teleportation power would work if he said that.
True. Yeah, he'd just lose all his magic powers, and then he's just useless to us at that point. Cringe has to be alive.
I'd love to see the best platitudes put in the chat.
Yes, definitely. Give us all your positivity.
Yes. Make us cringe.
Nothing is too cringe.
Especially not for me to read as a donation comment.
Helping charity, definitely not cringe in any way at all.
The least cringe.
I think that actually probably is the least cringe thing you can do.
Well done. Good, good.
What would you say to Gekomon to make him throw up?
I love you.
To Gekomon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a cute little guy.
He's kind of cute. That'd work, I think.
Like in SpongeBob, you gotta really flatter the customer. Yeah, I think every runner of this game has unfortunately lost runs to misclicking on somewhere in these teleports. You have to do this whole section twice. Thankfully, they label the correct answers the second time you go through, so it's a little bit harder to mess up. But yeah, as soon as you mess up any one of these, it's like, there goes a minute easy. And the game kind of like eats your inputs here sometimes too, so like, I generally have a tendency to take this really slow and make sure that I'm inputting the correct thing. It's kind of a rite of passage. I feel like every game has its rite of passage, like, thing that's hard to mess up, but it's really bad when you mess it up, and just like everyone goes through it at least once and loses a good run to it. This is definitely it for this game. All right, so now we're gonna have the boss of this section kind of on the first visit through here instead of the second. So this is gonna be our fight with Zombie Plutomon. We find out that Plutomon's been corrupted by that Cherubimon that we just saw earlier. And he's kind of just like a husk, a mindless husk that's doing whatever this Cherubimon wanted it to do.
It probably wasn't told enough platitudes.
True. I'm gonna get a little extra damage here.
Now, more crazy. More crazy.
Finish this off on Tyrant's turn, no problem. Blurp. Blurp.
Okay.
This fight's also really cool when it goes longer. He also has a charge attack that has like a break mechanic to it. And it's one that really encourages AoE attacks. Like his shoulders have break points, his hands have break points. He kind of just sits there and aura farms. And you have to break his different weak points. But we're just gonna blow him up before he gets to that point. A reminder, the game still does not expect us to have megas for quite a while. And we not only have a mega, but we have 2 Digimon that have maxed out attack stats just from us dumping all our money into training.
Well done. Great. Great.
So now this time on the time loop, when we meet the Gekomon, he doesn't want to help us. And we just get to punch him in the face once. And then we get to give him the same old cringe that we gave him before. Glurp. Yeah, thankfully all the answers here are exactly the same. So, yeah, definitely some good time for some more messages if we've got any positive messages coming in.
Plenty of positivity in the chat, that's for sure.
Heck yeah.
But in addition to just spreading positivity, donating in with your positivity, of course, gets you eligible for our lovely prizes that are still available in this block up until Final Fantasy VIII. So make sure that you donate in before then if you want to be eligible for any of these prizes. In particular, just want to again call out, if you're really liking this game, a minimum of $15 donation in this block will get you eligible to win a Steam copy of Digimon Story Time Stranger Ultimate Edition. So thank you so much for your positivity, and thank you so much for your donations to Nami. Plenty of glorp in the chat, too.
Glurp.
Just a little bit of positivity fueled nausea to go around. It's nausea affectionate.
Good, good.
Is the little sparkle on the ground supposed to be like where he's growing up? Ever noticed
I
that?
guess so, yeah. I kind of forgot about that. I've kind of like tuned it out, but yeah. Yeah, there it is.
Beautiful.
I mean, if it's nausea caused by like positivity, then like what's coming out should be positive as well, right? Like,
Right.
all right, so now we're gonna get here just in time to stop the Cherubimon from corrupting Plutomon. And then we're gonna learn the truth about kind of the hero Chronomon from Plutomon's lips himself. It turns out Chronomon wasn't really the hero that he was made out to be. And he basically, in a lot of bad ways, was basically just segregated the Titans. And the Titans aren't actually like quite the bad guys that they were made out to be. And we find out a little bit more that Chronomon basically doesn't want the burden of the responsibility it's been given as the Keeper of Time, and it's been orchestrating a lot of the events of the game in order to kind of lead to its own assured destruction, because that's basically the only freedom it thinks it has. So it's basically sowing chaos in the human world and the digital world to meet that end. So our next goal is going to be revisiting the lab area that's in the real world. We're going to find out that Volcanismon is being used to power the giant robot that kind of triggered a lot of the conflict at the start of the game. And we're going to try to save Volcanismon from the laboratory where it's being imprisoned with the help of Asuna and Monica. Basically, the building we're infiltrating is an old government laboratory. Monica and Asuna both used to work for the government, but once they started being hellbent on eradicating Digimon from the world, they didn't exactly vibe with that, so they broke off on their own, and they've been helping us this entire time. So we're basically going to use Monica to get in and use her kind of remaining ID connections to get in and basically hack our way into the back end of the lab where Volcanismon is being held. This section ends up being a little bit of a puzzle. In order to fabricate the ID that we need to get into the back of the research division, we need the correct certifications. And we're basically gonna follow a trail of clues that tells us like, hey, like this next clue is in a stack of paperwork, this one is on a whiteboard, et cetera, et cetera. There's a bunch of rooms in this area that have, you know, multiples of, like there's a stack of papers in one room, whatever. You just have to find the right ones. Thankfully, we know exactly where to go, so we can just trigger the exact chain of command or chain of events that we need to progress here.
Good, good. Great.
Get some of these enemies out of the way. Thankfully, Tyrant just cleans them up with one preemptive strike.
There doesn't seem to... I'll have to make some updates.
And basically, every time we progress through the puzzle here, they're going to spawn more waves of Digimon in the lab to try to stop us. Thankfully, we can mostly ignore them and or just immediately get rid of them. So now we're going to get a hint that the next part of this is on a whiteboard. Going to spawn more enemies. This first enemy that's in our way, we're just going to get into an encounter and run away right away. Because we don't have the type matchup, basically, to take him out immediately in the overworld. That's super fast still to just force an encounter and run away. We're gonna get our whiteboard hint. Now we gotta go find a stack of paperwork that's in here. And then we're gonna find out that the last thing that we need is on an admin Digimon, which is one of these Digimon that have spawned in this wave. So we're just gonna take them out, get the item we need.
Well done.
And then get our false lab clearance.
Is it random which one it's on?
No, it's always the Ebamon. And now the security is going to be onto us, so we're going to have to face a couple waves of enemies. Thankfully, Tyrant just makes easy work of these.
Preparations complete.
Shine of beam!
Not...
Ready to launch.
Shine of beam!
And then after this next fight, we're going to put the speed equipment back onto Grademon because we're going to need Grademon to be faster than Tyrant for the boss. But before we fight the boss, we're going to have our required rewind section of the area. So we're going to get here naturally too late. Volcanismon's already going to be uploaded to the giant killer robot. And we're going to have to go back in time and basically get here earlier and save him. Thankfully, we're going to have the fake ID made, so we just already have it when we come back in time, and we can just skip all of the running around the laboratory we just did. And that naturally gets us there just in time. Conveniently enough.
However,
I'm trying to remember if his like action figures were broken around him when you find him lying on the ground there.
I don't think so, but he
No.
is like very excited to like go to Akihabara after you save him.
Yeah.
Because conveniently, this elevator that leads out of here takes you like right to where Monica was shopping earlier in the game. He just wants his action figures, man.
It's a dangerous mission.
This is one of many times, too, where the game kind of doesn't correctly highlight the fastest way to where you're going with the story indicators. There's a couple of them that they've fixed in patches, and then some of them are still, like, not correct. So we kind of just have to know what the optimal fast travel is. In that case, the objective markers kind of expect us to teleport to the shopping district and then manually run up to the roof where Pegasusmon is. But you can also just fast travel straight to where Pegasusmon is. Now we've rewinded to where the weapon hasn't activated yet, and we can bust Volcanismon out of here. Yeah, now we can just go straight through here. We can bypass the entire puzzle section. We've already got our ID. And then we're going to fight the scariest Digimon of all time, a human in a mech. And it's about as scary as it sounds. Yeah, basically, Monocle's old colleague gets desperate to stop us from taking Volcanismon away, and he busts out a glorified forklift.
Ready to launch.
I owe you one.
And naturally, in Tyrant fashion, we're just going to blow it up. So now that we've progressed this far in the game, the in-between theater shop is going to upgrade yet again. So once we're done with this vision, we're going to hop immediately back into the in-between theater, do our last little bit of shopping, because we can now buy the rank 3 stat boosting equipment as well as some rank 3 attachment skills. So we're going to grab 2 copies of Shadowfang, because Dark is basically like all the coverage we're missing at this point that we need for the rest of the game. We're also going to grab 6 HP attachments to give our Shell Numamon some more survivability for the final boss. And then we're going to get the strongest versions of the speed equipments, just because we need to continue to be able to outspeed the various fights that we have left in the game. We're also going to buy Ouro, which is an AoE healing move that we're going to slap on Agiomon in the final area, just to cut down on item usage just a little bit. So now our next story goal is tracking down Apollomon and Dianamon. Dianamon, we learn, has been basically giving Digimon to the government for experimentation. We're going to learn why that is, but we're going to immediately think that she's up to no good when we hear that. And the Apollo and Diana that we're looking for are the Coronamon and Lunamon from 8 years prior that we did some stuff with in Central Town. They've since gone off to this area called the Cosmic Area to train and get stronger. This area is split into a fire half and an ice half. This is basically just Freeze Flame Galaxy from Mario Galaxy. So we're going to have to go back and forth between the fire and ice areas a couple times. We're going to go to the fire area first to try to talk to Apollomon. He's going to be locked off by a giant wall of fire, so we're going to need an item from the ice side to go break that wall of fire. We're going to go back to the fire area to break that, fight Apollomon, and then we're going to bring him back to fight Dianamon and figure out what the heck is going on. The fire side is definitely one of the scarier areas to run through as far as encounters are concerned. A lot of these enemies are actually like pretty type advantage matchup to us. So if we accidentally get into encounters, like we can just waste a lot of time having them go first and kill our guys. We also don't, if we first strike them with Tyrant, Tyrant just isn't going to kill them right away. So we are just going to have to eat some of these encounters, unfortunately. There are some Rise Greymons in this area that are just too big to get around. Sometimes you can get really, really lucky and squeeze past them, but usually it's better to take the encounter on purpose and make sure that they don't backstrike you and do a bunch of damage to you. A little bit of optimization here to manually dismount. The game will automatically take you off your Digiride when you interact with the ladder and then put you back on when you get off of the ladder. But if, like, after that ladder, you're about to do something that would take you off of your Digiride again, like me interacting with this machine, it's better for me to just manually dismount and not have to sit through the animation of getting automatically mounted and dismounted over and over again. This area on our way out is also going to give us a second copy of the known bug that we've had on Tsurugiemon for a good chunk of the game that gives us that permanent reversed status. Because we're going to have a lot of fights where we want both Tyrant and Tsurugiemon to be reversed. And we only have one known bug to go around, and it is really tedious to use character reversal as a skill to manually reverse them when we would just rather be using our support Digimon to buff them. Just a lot better for our turn economy. We're going to run into a big wall of fire, realize that we need to leave, grab the known bug on our way out.
I'm sorry. Everyone.
Okay, so we're going to slap some stuff on here. Known bug here, blue steel data fragment, swap this over to Shadowfang 3, put Shadowfang 3 here as well, remove everything else, and then we're gonna remove extra skills on our little Shellnumemon friends, give them their extra HP. Each of these HP attachments is an extra 1,000 HP each, so they give a lot of added bulk to these Shellnumemons that otherwise are like pretty frail at this point. And the defenses are pretty low, but just by inflating their HP pools, that's enough for them to survive what we need them to.
Do it! Ready to launch. I'm sorry.
And it's not really made use of in the run very much, but seeing a little bit on those elevators while I'm sitting still. This game has a nice little quality of life feature where you, if you sit still, the game will just like auto heal you. So you can kind of use that to top off between fights when you're playing the game casually. For the speedrun, we don't really need to heal that much because we're not taking extra encounters. And just sitting still and waiting to be healed is pretty slow, obviously. But it's definitely a neat feature that this game has. So now we're switching over to the chill side of the cosmic area. I'm going to go get a chill seed in order to get rid of that giant firewall that's blocking off Apollomon. Thankfully, the encounters here are a lot nicer. The ones in this opening hallway, if they happen to run into us, Tyrant will actually just kill them. But we're going to try to not hit them if we can help it. It still slows us down a little bit to run into stuff. And then here we're going to get automatically dismounted from Tyrant. We're going to stay off of him just to kind of worm our way around these encounters here a little bit easier. The unfortunate downside to being mounted is that your hitbox is huge. So if there's some enemies in tight spaces that you would otherwise be better off just avoiding, it's a lot of times better to just not be riding one of your Digimon. Actually, generally, the ice area here has a lot of gimmicks that just don't want you to be mounted in general. There's a lot of ice slides that you need to take to get around that automatically dismount you. So we're just going to be running through here a good chunk of the time. Being mounted just isn't that much faster to really be worth it here.
Did you have a favorite ride Digimon when you were playing it casually?
So one of my favorite Digimon is Grace Novamon, who's a DNA Digivolution of Apollomon and Dianamon, who we're about to interact with. So I knew when I was playing the game casually, I wanted to use them. And a lot of the big Digimon kind of operate like Tyrant Kabuterimon, where they just like carry you. So Apollomon was one that I used for a good chunk of the game, and he just like carries you on his shoulder, and it's really cool. Flareamon, which is his champion level form, also is like a really cool like lion Digimon that you get to ride around on. There's a lot of them that get pretty creative too, like X-Tyrannomon, the big like plushy Tyrannomon that gave me the first known bug. You can ride him, and you like ride inside his like face mouth. So you're kind of just like a kangaroo in a pouch like inside his face. They got really creative with a lot of them. Like a lot of Digimon that you wouldn't think would be rideable are.
Can you still see his eyes behind you when you're like in it?
You're like in between his eyes. It's definitely one of the most creative ones in the game for sure. This is definitely a game that you can tell like that the people making it had fun making it. And it's always really nice to play a game like that, just the love shines through. You can tell the people making it love the franchise that they're making it for.
Yeah. Yeah, the Digimon Village, like I feel like I spent half an hour just like roaming around and looking at all the Digimon and seeing them.
It feels so like lived in. It's just really cool to see.
Ready to launch.
This is also like basically the first Digimon RPG to not have like fully random encounters. So like even seeing the Digimon like just run around these areas is really cool. And other Digimon games have notoriously high encounter rates. So just having a game in the series to speedrun that you aren't getting encounters every 2 seconds is very, very appreciated.
That one. Ready to go.
I think that's definitely one of the biggest critiques of a lot of games in the franchise are just encounter rates, encounter rates, encounter rates.
Do you have another favorite Digimon game other than this one?
Digimon World 3 is definitely my other favorite. That game also has a very interesting speedrun, but it is brutal. That is one of those games that just like, you need so many things to go right, and there's so many like low probability strategies that they go for. There's a YouTube creator by the name of Dr. Swellman who actually does a lot of really good videos on RPG speedruns in particular, and just like the nitty gritty that kind of goes into a lot of them and a lot of the kind of wild strategies that runners will go for in a lot of RPGs. And he has a video on Digimon World 3 that's a really, really good watch. Definitely recommend it for anyone who is a fan of this run as well. It's a run I've been interested in looking into at various points, but it's very long. It's like a 6.5 hour run, and it's very, very brutal, as I said. I am very looking forward to the Atmon 3DS game that was formerly Japan exclusive, did just get a fan translation literally the day I left for Limit Break. So as a huge Atmon fan that I haven't played the game yet, I'm very excited to get home and play that when the marathon's through, for sure.
Ready to launch.
All right. Shine a beam.
That happens sometimes with the Digiride Digimon. They're just like not close enough to you, and you just like have to cut your losses and run.
Ready to launch.
All right, so now we're gonna have Apollomon. He's normally immune to fire and resistant to virus, but we're reversed. So he's taking 4 times damage from Shine of B, and he is just dying. And fortunately for us, Dianamon is the exact opposite. She's Data with maximum weakness to fire. So we're just going to take the known bug back off of Tyrant, and he's going to be perfectly typeset for this next fight as well. Yeah, basically Apollo and Diana here are having this like family feud of just like Apollo is tired of Diana treating him like a kid, and like Diana's going through this whole thing of like, you know, being accused of sending these Digimon basically off to the government in the human world to their deaths. As we're about to find out, she intended to send them as envoys to harbor peace, but that didn't exactly happen. And the communication lines between the human world and the digital world for these Digimon that are sitting in the digital world doing things is not great, so she just doesn't really, or didn't really understand what was happening to the Digimon that she was sending to the human world. But we're gonna right her wrongs with a shiny bee to the face, as is tradition.
Do you think they're more like siblings or more like lovers?
They're siblings.
Oh, are they?
They're actually,
Oh,
yeah.
could have fooled me.
Them and Minervamon are all like siblings.
Oh, okay. That would make a lot of sense.
Minerva's like their older sister.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that translates necessarily to their Greek mythology, like, inspirations, but
Yeah, probably not.
I don't know a ton about Greek and Roman mythology, but
I think a lot of them got together.
I mean, yeah, it's, yeah. Yeah, every single one of the Roman gods, like, that's represented by an Olympus 12 member has, like, an animal associated with them, and it's really cool to see, like, that animal represented in, like, the Digimon's design. Like, Volcanismon, for instance, is, like, one of the more, like, discreet ones. He's, like, associated with an octopus, which is why he's got, like, the 8 arms around his, like, armor. Marukimon's a little bit more obvious, like, he's a wolf. Marukimon's another Digimon that kind of has a weird, like, translation story. It's supposed to be Mercurymon, but when Mercurymon's name got localized, there was another Mercurymon that had been, like, localized as Mercurymon. So they couldn't have 2 Mercurymons, so they kind of just, like, shuffled the letters around a little bit.
I wonder how confusing that will be for the Japanese stream to explain
Probably
that.
decently. Digimon is a franchise that's just, like, filled with weird localization stories just like that. There's also a lot of things that have kind of gotten, like, censored in the English translation. Like, one of Lucimon's Digivolutions is Satan mode originally, but it was translated as Shadow Lord mode because we can't let kids know what Satan is. We ended up getting Satan mode correctly in the card game, so that one they went back on. But, like, there's some Fallen Angel Digimon that have, like, a Fallen Angel mode that is, like, some of them are Fall Down mode, some of them are Chaos mode. And some of those they haven't, like, corrected. Okay, do a little bit of equipment shuffle in here. The known bug back on you. Increase your speed attachment. Give you better ones. We need to give the Turie the blue steel data fragment. Okay. So now we need to check back up on Junomon. The last we talked to her, she wasn't too happy that Aegiomon basically bailed on her. And if the giant red ominous glow in this place that used to be gold is any indication, things aren't going great here. She has mode changed into Junomon Hysteria mode, and she's basically just imprisoning a bunch of Digimon and just trying to just retake control of the situation in any way she can. So this first fight, this entire dungeon, we're going to have Clavis Angemon basically like following us around, teleporting around, trying to stick us in jail. And we're going to get helped by some Titan characters from earlier in the game. We're going to put aside our differences to bust out of here. And Witchmon's going to help us try to put this Clavis Angemon to sleep constantly to keep him from chasing us. So we're going to have a fight that we're kind of supposed to lose with this Clavis Angemon right away. The way this fight is normally supposed to go is you're kind of not meant to be able to interact with him much. And if the fight goes long enough, Dianamon will put him to sleep for you. However, what you can do is just have a move that puts him to sleep, and it just ends the fight immediately.
Excellent.
Not waiting is pretty fast, as it turns out.
My only goal is to apprehend the fugitive.
So yeah, the main thing in this area is there's a switch we need to flip to release all the prisoners here, including Minervamon and a bunch of our other friends. There's a switch we need to flip that has 2 other switches that we need to flip the first switch. So we find the switch here, we figure out that we can't do anything with it yet. So we got to run through this area a little bit more, do a couple little like sort of puzzly sections, and flip those other switches. That Tsunomon and Dorimon that we just interacted with are actually the Titamon and Scoballuchimon from earlier in the game that we kicked their butts, and they've been reverted back to their in-training forms. And it's really funny to hear this Tsunomon have like this big, deep voice that Titamon has.
They've got...
And it's funny too, there's a lot of times where like Titamon was riding Scoballuchimon around, so like the Tsunomon rides the Dorimon around even though they're both little tiny babies. And it's really cute and funny.
They're little babies.
Yeah. So this first switch kind of has a maze associated with it. We took a straight hallway to get in here, but it's going to be a maze on the way out. And Clavis Angemon's going to be chasing us through this entire way. We can sort of skip a little bit of it. The first switch in here that we need to hit to move the walls around, we can actually hit through one of the walls and save a little bit of running around. Just a couple seconds of corner cutting.
There.
It's also really funny how mad he continues to get for being put to sleep.
Yeah, he's like, stop it! Even though he's like continually put to sleep for like half a second. Because he just gets like more and more resistant to it the more Witchmon does it to him. Like, oh, asleep. I'm awake. Stop it! Clavis Angemon is another Digimon that it's really funny to see people's reactions to in stream that haven't seen him before, because they see the giant key sword and they're like, oh my god, it's the Kingdom Hearts Digimon.
Oh, true. Pretty intimidating when he chases you.
Yeah.
Pretty big guy.
He just nothing personnel kids you like constantly. Getting really angry.
Yeah, he's
now.
really not happy.
There.
He should just be less tired.
Like a little kid, he's like, I don't want to take a nap.
The blanket's not that comfy. I hope Keys is comfy back there.
Yeah. Sure miss him.
Can't wait to have both Keys on the couch for Octopath. It's gonna be great. Keys and evil Keys. Or Groucho Marx Keys.
Do it.
So we're gonna grab one more medical spray in here with this room with the Ogremon trio. Flip the other switch that we need to flip.
Got a second for a comment here?
Yes, definitely.
From Digimon World 1 Greymon, $2.50. I finally found you. I got here by following the rumors about you. I want to fight you. If I win, I want this street sign. What do you mean there's no street sign? I guess I'll have to donate to Nami instead.
Always a good call, definitely.
Yes, thank you very much for your generous contribution, Digimon World 1 Greymon.
Do it.
You know, we just need street signs along the road that just say donate to charity. I think that's a good use of productive society. Like just on every stop sign, it just says pull out your phone and donate real quick. I've never seen that Unimon so close before.
Really?
Yeah, usually he's just like way off doing whatever. I actually had to somewhat try to dodge him.
Good.
He did come after you. Usually he doesn't even
He tried
try.
a little bit.
He tried.
I appreciate the hustle. All right, so now we've released everyone from big, spooky, red glowing prison. We have one more order of business here, is to imprison the Clavis Angemon so he stops chasing us.
How? Oh,
And then we can deal with Junomon. The Junomon is another fight that we need to very carefully limit our damage. The main gimmick of Junomon's fight is that the temple itself kind of does these periodic pulses as you lower her HP that will lower your stats. The first pulse is guaranteed to lower your speed, which is no big deal. And then the subsequent pulses lower your attack, which is really, really bad. So we basically want to do little enough damage that we avoid the first pulse, but then nuke her through the rest of the pulses.
Ready to launch.
So after we take out Clavis Angemon here, we're finally going to stick him in prison. Tsunomon has a little bit of his residual powers from absorbing Iliad's treasure to freeze time so he can stop teleporting out of here. I don't know how he's not able to just teleport out of the bars once they're closed, but we won't ask questions.
Reasons.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, something like that. Yeah, now we're gonna bust Minervamon out, and then we're gonna go with her to take care of Junomon.
here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Look, just you wait.
We can't wait.
The two of
It's a
us
speed
will head
run.
straight for the
That voice is, I can't get over that voice coming out of that little guy.
It'd be really funny to have like a physical plushie of it with that voice.
Oh my god.
It's a sound box.
Things I never knew I needed until just now.
Future Christmas present, maybe.
Sounds like an expensive commission. It could be done.
It could be done.
ready to go. Please.
Song is a banger.
It is, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna specifically not do damage with Tyrant Kabuterimon here as to not push too much damage.
Now.
All right.
Are you okay?
So we're gonna cross art here. This is hopefully gonna do just little enough damage that we get around the first wave, which we did. And then that just kills. Very good fight. Now we've got one little series of events here, and then we're on to the final dungeon. So we're gonna have one more instance here of that giant robot getting awakened, and we're finally gonna be able to stop it this time. This is kind of where we get the big plot revelation that all the dark shadows that have been kind of following us around throughout the game and triggering a lot of these time reversal sequences are actually forks of Aegiomon. I didn't even mention that Aegiomon hasn't been with us for a while.
Oops.
Aegiomon and Inori basically got sucked into a time vortex and have been just kind of floating around through time and space this entire time. And yeah, we're going to find out that these dark shadows are basically forks of Aegiomon from other like alternate timelines that have been continually trying to alter things and save Inori. And Aegiomon's basically going to have a wake-up call here and be like, okay, I need to get my stuff together, and I need to focus on dealing with Chronomon and just repair the timelines. We're also going to find out that we, the main character, are one of those incarnations of Aegiomon that's been modeled to look like a character from an anime. There's that coming back. We were basically designed to look like a character from a popular anime and be the Aegiomon that saves the world essentially.
Me that lost it from losing Inori turned the world all crazy.
It makes a lot of sense.
They also use this part of the plot to bring in the usual Digimon mainstay of homeostasis, which is basically this like godlike being that kind of tries to create parity between the digital world and the human world. And it kind of ends up being a plot device in a lot of Digimon media. So it was really cool to like see it come into play here when I played through the game the first time.
Going back in time prevented time from moving forward. The world's time just stopped. I probably never should have used this power of mine.
For Digimon.
Yeah.
He's all shaggy.
His cute little Patamon suit, his little booty.
Poor little Patamon.
You came to encourage me, to tell me to move forward
He needs
and
more
restart the flow of
platitude.
time.
He needs more cringe in his life.
Is that really what you want?
Yeah, so basically at the end of this sequence, Aegiumon's going to awaken to his true powers, and is going to digivolve into, we're going to merge with him and become Jupitermon, who's one of the Olympus 12, and we're going to end up just taking out the giant government mech once and for all.
You think we're digicrossing or DNA digivolving?
Kind of both. We're kind of DNAing. It's just like two of the same Digimon. There is a really cool cutscene as like part of this. So like we fight the mech a little bit in cutscenes in the real world, and then Diana Apollo DNA into Grace Novamon and like open up this wormhole for us to fight the mech in a place where like no one's gonna get hurt. This cutscene or this fight is also really weird. So this is basically scripted, and we can just like mash attacks here. This game has a like speed up for combat that goes up to 5 times and skips a lot of animations that we've been using this entire game. It's kind of buggy in this fight, and to have it active, we need to like keep mashing up on the right stick. So like that entire fight, I'm just like mashing A and also like flicking the right stick up constantly. Now we're gonna do one more big menu here now that we're in the final dungeon, and this is gonna basically reset up Aegiumon, and we're gonna teach a bunch of agent skills here. So we're gonna get speed attachment here. Tyrant's gonna get the blue steel data fragment back. Aegio's gonna get Aura, the holy fragment, which is gonna give us Aegiumon holy. And then we're gonna teach a bunch of agent skills. So we're gonna get kind of the ultimate cross art here, which is cross art high field. It's basically just a stronger version of field that we started the game with. It gives us a bigger increase to all stats, as well as giving us basically a damage immunity shield once, which is going to be very, very useful for some of the fights in this final boss rush that are otherwise extremely scary. There aren't a ton of fights like in between each of these bosses though, so we have to be very careful about which fights we're using cross art on. And that's been like the big routing challenge with this final boss rush with the 7 Great Demon Lords, is deciding exactly which fights deserve the cross art usage and which fights are like kind of sketchy, but like we can find other ways around.
Hey, that Biomon's back.
Yeah, so basically we're in like this really messed up section of like space-time that like a lot of former areas are kind of back, and like we have to go back through them, and they're all warped and twisted, and we're eventually working our way to Chronomon at the heart of it all to stop him from destroying everything essentially. So now that we have Aegiumon rejoined with us, Aegiumon rejoins the party with 100% maxed out bond. As I mentioned at the beginning of the run, the planning ahead debuff that we have as one of our personality skills applies to more targets based on the total bond that we have on our party. This is finally where that comes into play. So there's a couple fights here where we need planning ahead, the debuff, to get applied to the main boss itself. So now that we have met that threshold, we're going to have a slightly higher chance of having it applied to the correct targets, which here we just care about it being applied to the main boss. So we can set up some boosts on Tyrant and then China B and blow it up. So that's one Demon Lord down. Yeah, and basically these aren't even like the real 7 Great Demon Lords. It's this dimension is kind of like using the records of time against us and like creating copies of like threats to like ward us off, essentially, as if they're like antibodies.
Blurp.
We get our cringe friend one more time. This cutscene's actually really funny. He like talks about how much he wants to help you and like he's the one being positive, and then he's like, oops, oh no, I'm making myself cringe. We taught him how to be positive. Although that sounds like a bit of a liability if you like make yourself teleport everywhere. I don't know, that doesn't seem great.
Yeah, that sounds really inconvenient.
He'll figure it out.
You try to be positive about yourself, and you're just,
And then you're just like, boop, boop,
somewhere
boop, 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 boop. Man, I was feeling good today. Where am I? Unfortunately, this fight, we can't outspeed these Millennium Mons, the Tyrant Kabuterimon, but all they do here is set up their extra action skills. They don't actually do anything to us. It would be nice to skip this animation, certainly, but it just doesn't really work out. So the section before the next Demon Lord is a little bit longer. We have a little bit of a section where we have to collect 3 fruits so that Bacchusmon can break down one of Chronomon's wings that's blocking our path. This area, we have several Digimon with wings that can fly, and we aren't just flying around the... I don't know. Don't ask questions.
Those are Chronomons.
I have a faith in...
It's fine.
I think they're all like Biomon, like they can only handle so much.
I don't know. They look a lot stronger than Biomon. I don't know if I'm...
What do you mean? Biomon looks pretty strong.
That's the fruit! Having trouble getting across?
So this will be a great another time for some more host messages if you've got anything.
Sure. As we get close to the end of this run here, I want to call out one more time the bid war for the Name Rocket the Slime for the next upcoming run, Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime. Currently in the lead, we've got a new leader at $50, Squall 3. He seems to be everywhere this week.
There's so many
There's
squalls.
so many renditions.
So yeah, like I said, that run is going to come up next. So if you want to see a different name or you want to continue boosting Squall, I mean, Squall is an option at $9. If you don't like Squall 3 and you just want the classic Squall, or maybe something else entirely. Now's your chance to start getting those donations in, and you'll definitely need to get those in before the run starts.
Someday we'll get to Squall 4, maybe. Surely there's a 4th one.
I think we're going to need the Squall counter.
Yeah, we'll see how many squalls we're up to by the end of the week. It's still only Monday. We've got a lot of time.
Is Palmon still charging you for each swing?
I don't remember. So yeah, in the future, the Palmon swinging you around has turned into a business, and they actually do, like, in our revisit to Gear Force that we did, they do charge you 100 yen every swing. It doesn't actually like matter for the money route or anything. It's just like funny. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're charging me here. I guess I never like paid attention to whether they still were. They're just helping us out of the goodness of their hearts.
It can't be. Ready to launch!
So this section we need to carry these the next fruit away from these Cerberus Mons. I used to kill the Cerberus Mons to get them out of the way. Unfortunately, we don't have enough SP on Tyrant Kabuterimon, depending on some of the patterns that we get. Because these encounters can either have 1 Cerberus Mon or 2. And if we get too many encounters with 2, we run out of SP and have to heal on Lilith. And it ends up kind of just being faster, even though it looks like we're getting wiped out right now. We don't really need HP on Lilithmon, and our guys get auto-resed at 1 HP after every fight. So it ends up being faster to just kind of brute force your way through there. The next fight's going to be the one that we use Cross Art High Field for the first time, so our HP really does not matter because we're just going to have that immediate damage immunity as well as getting a massive speed increase and just hopefully taking the fight out before it has a chance to do anything to us. We got to get one more fruit first. Back up at the top of the tree. This upcoming boss with the Wolfmon is definitely was one of the more annoying fights to route as well, because Aegiomon basically is like stuck guarding the fruit. So like this is another fight that we don't have Aegiomon for, which like we try to avoid using him at this point just because he isn't super fast. So like if we can end the fight before it gets to his turn, that's usually ideal. But some of these fights that take a little bit more damage to deal with, the loss of his turn does hurt us just a little bit as far as our routing opportunities. Hopefully we don't have these cannon bees get in our way.
There! Ready to launch.
Kind of surprised that encounter didn't just die when it ran into me, but that's okay.
Bees will be bees.
Yes. They are not shining bees, though. All right, let's a quick autosave there, just in case something goes wrong here. Thankfully, this game is really easy to just plop safety autosaves, because the game autosaves every time you like open the menu and close the menu. So instead of like making a save, you can just like open and close the menu really quick, and just really quick have a safety save.
Launching cross art.
I don't know why that played the entire animation, but sometimes the game just does that. Even though you have like the combat speed all the way up, it'll still like play the animation.
It did look cool.
It did look cool. I guess that got to show off a little bit of our Digivice gun. All right, that was a good Lilithmon fight. Really, the only thing that can go wrong there is if one of the hits of Shadowfang misses, which is extremely unlikely, and thankfully didn't happen. So we get a couple more basic enemies before the next of the 7 Great Demon Lords. Before we have to do a little bit of shuffling items around, we're going to move the Blue Steel Data Fragment over to Turiemon, because these next few Demon Lords are going to be less AoE focused. So Turiemon ends up being a little bit slightly better single target damage for us. And thankfully we get helped out by our good buddy Waymon one last time. You get to hear his lovely voice lines one more time.
There was a large ring.
Well, there you are.
Well. Did we just blow the horn even though he's right in front of us?
Yeah, he's literally just like, you know, this is how you summoned me before, but I need it just for like the morale boost.
Oh, okay.
Like, he's like, I just want to hear it again. And I'm like, yeah, sure, buddy. I got you.
That's a platitude if I've ever heard one.
We've been carrying this conch around with us the entire game. We might as well use it. Like, we never let go of this thing.
Let us use Kamemon's plan.
There.
You might need it anyway.
Let's go! Shine a beam!
So we're gonna have a brief little Submarimon section here coming up. And this next fight, actually, we just slightly with our current equipment don't one-shot it normally. But we can first strike it from within the current. The game doesn't lock the control of our like first strike away from us. So we can bonk it really quick once from inside the current, and then just take it out that way. Just get that little bit of extra chip damage to get the range.
Huh?
And we're gonna move our Blue Steel Data Fragment around. And these next two fights are going to be the ones that we're finally using these speed boosts that we got for.
Do it.
We want to make sure that Turiemon gets buffed enough, both damage-wise and speed-wise to outspeed and just kill the boss before they really get a chance to do anything. And those speed chips that we gave to Turiamon earlier give us just enough speed to reach the speed threshold that we need for these next 2 fights.
Are you okay?
Now!
And now we have Turiamon pushed up in front of the boss. And then as long as Turiamon doesn't miss any of these hits, should just die.
Nice.
A lot of the fights here you really want to end faster than you normally would, just because planning ahead only lasts for 3 turns. And that's essentially like 3 actions before that debuff expires. And bosses at this point of the game just have more actions per turn than like bosses earlier in the game, so they get rid of that debuff faster. So like generally when they're doing 3 turns or 3 actions in a turn, they're just going to get rid of the debuff immediately if we give them any time to do anything.
We didn't want any.
Yeah, the batteries we need for this bridge have been hijacked by these Summon, and we need to use the scan pulse ability that we have in order to see these semi-invisible bridges. Optimally, if I was really cool, I would just have this like perfectly memorized where all of them are, but the scan pulse is really, really fast. So it ends up being just more comfortable to just do these couple scan pulses and get through here without issue. Thankfully, like right there, it kind of flashes on its own. I'm not entirely sure why that is.
I was wondering that.
It always does it in like the same place. So Lucamon is one of the demon lords that I used to have a cross art routed in for, but it just like, it doesn't really make sense for the rest of the cross art routing. So this is another one we're going to use a bunch of speed boosts to try to outspeed. This guy is really, really scary. One of his signature moves basically just has a chance to one-hit kill you no matter what. So like when you were taking longer to kill him in previous versions of the route, he would have a random chance to just like one-hit kill you, like no questions asked. And it really sucked.
Now.
But thankfully, again, barring any misses, we just take him out nice and easy. So we only have 2 Demon Lords left. We've got Beelzemon and Belphemon. The next section here we're going to have before Beelzemon is kind of like a little tower defense section where we just need to defend Apollo and Diana while they charge up this big blast to like open a wormhole to the next section. And during this sort of auto-scroller part is probably going to be our last good chance for some host messages if we've got any last anything before the run is over.
What?
Yeah, just one more time, I want to remind everyone that RPG Limit Break is proud to raise money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they've maintained that focus to this day. If you want to help support NAMI and help support RPG Limit Break, please consider donating to our cause. Thank you very much.
Nice work!
More!
Nice work!
Great!
Nice work! Nice work!
So we've got one more wave of enemies here. After the first Skull Greymon and all the other enemies are cleared out, we can just physically run into the last Skull Greymon and end it a little bit prematurely.
Nice work!
You kind of get like some buffer, like freebie, like getting hit, and like the enemies will just die if you run into them. So we're just gonna take that to our advantage on this last one here.
Nice work! Agent!
All right, Beelzemon is another really scary Demon Lord fight. He is too tanky to really blow up as fast as the others, and also he's a lot faster than the other ones that we've fought the last couple. So we realistically can't like outspeed and blow him up like we've been doing with the last couple. So we're just going to kind of fight him the normal way and hope that he doesn't kill things. Which it looks like he's cooperating, which is very, very nice of him. Jeez, okay. He's very, very likely to kill Aegiochus there, and then Aegiochus can't buff Terurie, and then you don't kill him on that turn, and then the fight goes long, and it gets really sketchy really fast. But thankfully, we got a really good pattern there.
No, never mind. You go on ahead and we'll see.
So the last Demon Lord section is going to take us through kind of a loop of various rooms that we've kind of seen from throughout the game. There's one in Central Town, there's one in Inori's house. Just kind of like furthering this like space-time distortion, weird whatever area. In each of these screens, there's going to be a Belphemon sleep mode just like lurking hidden in the screen. Every single one of these we defeat while we're running through this loop is going to take 25% HP off of the first phase of the fight. So we're going to break 4 of these that are convenient as we're running through here. And then just ignore the rest and run through here the rest of the way. We have to go through here, I think, like 4 times total in order to get through the loop. So we've broken our 4. Now we just need to go through this loop a couple more times. And then eventually another door is going to open and let us get out. The movement here is actually like deceptively hard to optimize because you have to like really like once you get through a lot of these door transitions, you have to like jerk the camera really fast to be able to like move in the angle that you need to quickly. So like here you need to like basically complete 180 and the game doesn't really let you do that super easily.
Do we know why Nanimon shows up?
He just gets sucked up in the space-time distortion stuff. A lot of the Digimon from earlier in the game are just kind of like amongst all of these areas in Akasha Hades. All right, so now another door will open up here and we can get out of here. Fight Belphemon. Unfortunately, Tyrant's first turn is essentially going to be wasted here because we have to use him to break the 1 HP that's remaining on the first phase of the fight. So we're going to cross art to give ourselves that like damage immunity and all the extra stats. And then we're going to throw a buff on Teruiemon. An attack boost as well, just to like max out Teruiemon's attack. Just a normal slap to end this phase. And then we're going to get one Teruiemon turn that isn't going to quite kill him. And then just tank our way through here. And then we'll be able to finish him off on Tyrant's turn. Cell boost just for safety here. And he also gets stuck at 1 HP, but Marukimon swoops in and busts us out. And we get to take him out. All right, so we're going to do one little final menu here, and then we are on to the final boss. Take the blue steel data fragment off there, and then we're going to swap in our good buddies, the Shell Numamons again. They get their time in the spotlight again. So this boss has a lot of mechanics, and a lot of the phases work very differently. So for the first phase, he's basically going to put up a barrier that makes him more or less immune to all types of, all elements, physical, magic, everything. You're really not meant to do damage here. This is kind of a like, sit here and wait for like Omnimon to bail you out and break his shield. So on this first turn here, we're going to get B-Cyclone set up just for some damage mitigation. But all of this damage reduction that he has does not get around our little poopy boys that do % damage. So we're going to get a little bit of preemptive damage on him that the game isn't really expecting us to have. And we're also going to get some buffs on Tyrant Kabuterimon while we're doing all of this. So after his shield gets ripped off by Omnimon in a cutscene in just a second here, it's basically gonna check for his HP to be below 75%. Every time it's below 75% and you do an action, the game is gonna like see that he's at that threshold, use an attack called Confusion Unto Despair, which does a ton of damage. Can't kill us, thankfully, with that damage. And then it basically advances the wave of the Olympus 12 members that are coming in and helping us. So the main thing we're trying to do here is get him below 75%, use an action to get it to advance, and then get him below 75% again after he like re-heals up. And then we just need to like kind of push through these phases here. So we get the first wave of Olympus 12 helping us. He's already below that 75% threshold, so we're going to use an item that we're already organically doing to set Tyrant up. It's going to see that he's below 75%. He's going to use Confusion Unto Despair, chunk us again, and then immediately kick this wave of guys out onto the next ones. Because of how the turns work out, we're going to have to sit through these guys' animations while they basically don't do anything. Then we're going to get our last attack boost on Tyrant set up. And we're going to poop on him 2 more times. And then now the game's going to see he's below 75% again. Thankfully, this Confusion to Despair can't kill us. And then before Chronomon gets another turn to hit us normally, we're going to top off with the Medical Spray Deluxes. And then we're going to, in prep for the next phase, we're going to swap out Tyrant Kabuterimon. So the way this next phase works is we're going to get de-digivolved, and Aegiomon is going to have to spend his turns like re-digivolving us back up to where we were. This next phase ends as soon as we're basically at the Digivolution level that we were at. So since we're on a team of all Shell Numamons that are champions, we don't have to sit through nearly as many animations.
So this is how it ends. I shall destroy the laws of talent evolution.
Whereas if Tyrant was still out, we would have to wait 2 more turns basically for him to get fully re-digivolved.
Now we got little dudes.
Little Poyomons.
Poyos.
We're basically a Kirby game. We're little Poyos fighting God.
Use my fire and Dianamon's ice!
It won't make up for all the power you
We're
lost.
going to top off again here.
This is the moment of truth. My power is yours. Understood. Do what you must to see this through.
Thanks a ton!
And then, yeah, we're just going to sit here and guard. Let Aegiomon do his thing. Apollo and Diana are going to kind of like incidentally chip away at him a little bit while this is going on.
Inside me. The same power as Chronomon's. The power to change the course of time. Stay strong until I can.
And then after our party is fully digivolved, he's going to use an attack called Loathsome Fate that's going to push it into the next phase. And then basically during that section, we're back to doing like full damage to him. And we're more or less going to just soften him up with Mature Poop until he's weak enough that Tyrant Kabuterimon can just swap back in and just shine a beam and finish him off.
I'm going to defeat you. So we can break free from the past and move forward toward the future.
Take this. My brother and sister left you their strength. Let's put an end to all this. This is it, the final battle.
He actually gave us really nice attacks here as well. One of our Shell Numamons is a much lower level just because of how we acquire them than the rest of them. So there are attacks that Chronomon can give that will kill one. But thankfully he was pretty nice to us. Yeah, ideally he just sits here and does Black Claw the entire time.
Here I go.
So now Minervamon digivolves into Mervamon. Gets a little bit more time in the spotlight to do some cool stuff. I'm gonna poop a couple more times. And I'm gonna switch to Tyrant. Trying to be, hopefully this kills. All right, good.
Nice.
And then time is coming up in about 50 seconds after I do this final input here. We basically end time shortly after the final input, just because sometimes the game like bugs out and doesn't actually make you do the final input. So we needed a concise spot that works for everybody to end time. So I guess before we end time here, time is going to be when Jupitermon throws his big like gavel thing through Chronomon's chest, and it's one more big fade to white when he explodes. But I'll use this opportunity to do one more shout out. I shouted out a lot of the other runners of this game throughout the run. But I want to give one more shout out to my local game store that we play the Digimon card game at every week, Foxton Board Game Cafe in Burnsville, Minnesota. You guys are all awesome. Hopefully you guys stayed up to watch some of this. Hopefully you're watching this later. Love you guys. And yeah, this is going to be time in just a sec here. And time. And that was Digimon Story Time Stranger. I hope you guys all enjoyed it. I'm really happy I got to show this game off. I've been in love with this game ever since it came out last October. And yeah, I put like, almost 400 hours into this game already since it came out. I've overhauled this route so many times. It's been so much fun to work on. And yeah, thank you RPGLB for having me. Enjoy the rest of the marathon. Do you have anything else to say?
Thank you for having me on commentary. I'm so proud of you and what you've done. Great showcase, and I love you.
Love you too. All right, thanks guys.
Wow, awesome run. Please put your hands together and send some extra love in the chat for Ouro and Digimon Story Time Stranger. Thank you so much for that run. It was truly amazing. Coming up next is going to be Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime. We're still taking donations for the bid war on that one to name Rocket the Slime. I really want to emphasize that bid war is going to end soon at the start of that run. So we've got a little bit of content in between, but that bid war will close as soon as that content video is over. So if you want to get your donations in for naming Rocket the Slime for Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime, get those in as soon as you can. While we get things ready for the next part of our show, it's time for a quick ad break. Stay tuned, friends. We will be right back. time is running out to get your bids in for naming Rocket the Slime for our next run. Donations will close for that as soon as our next content segment is over. And it looks like my time up here at the host desk is wrapping up for tonight, but I'm happy to tell you that RPG Limit Break is just getting started. There's lots more great runs, lots more great runners. You don't want to miss any of it. Coming up next, we've got a fun video from our lovely remote content team. Then, taking over next as host, I'm happy and honored to turn things over to the amazing, the one and only, a good friend of mine, Natara. Once more, I'm Sum Diener, and you are watching RPG Limit Break 2026. Thank you so much. There's lots more great runs, lots more great...
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this remote content segment here at RPG Limit Break 2026. My name is Bob the Ninja Goldfish, and with me are some of the remote members of the content team. We have Foxy.
Hello, I'm Foxy.
We have Natara.
Hi, I'm Natara.
And we have Zoku.
Hello, I'm Chaos. No, I'm Zoku.
Hello, I am Chaos. Nice to meet you. As you can see, we are doing a bit of a puzzle here, as that is one of the things that is most synonymous with the backstage antics here at Limit Break. So we thought we'd bring it a bit to one of these segments. And while we're doing that, we're just going to talk a little bit about what sort of brought us into the RPG space and how we got started with Limit Break, really, and then try to finish this in a timely manner.
I don't do anything in a timely manner.
You think I am a speedrunner?
Yeah. That's a lie.
I mean, I'm literally not, but okay.
You're like, I'm not a speedrunner, which is true.
So does anybody have a story to share about how they got into speedrunning?
Well, I got into it because it was literally the only games we had in our house. Like, we did start with like Mario and stuff, but generally speaking, my mother was the one playing and buying the games. So she was buying the games that she could play, which were RPGs. So my childhood was just saturated with RPGs, and it was fabulous. Like, and a Nintendo 64, we didn't have that system. It didn't have many RPGs. So, yeah, so it was what I played, and it was amazing. Branching out a little now, but we don't play those at RPG Limit Break.
Yeah, I was in school during that period of time where there was a Final Fantasy that came out every year, which seems like a distant memory with the release schedule of Final Fantasy now.
I mean, it's so much
and I also had it's so much more complicated and has way too much Latin. I also had a neighbor kid that just had like an old CD case that you'd normally take in a car just full of PS1 RPGs that I borrowed for an extended period of time.
Those.
So I got like all of the good ones. The Final Fantasies, the Wild Arms, the Legends of Dragoon.
Nice.
There was only one of those, but like we can wish.
Yeah.
So I have always been a big fantasy story buff. I loved reading those in middle school. And when I discovered GameFAQs, I would read through the materials. Like there was
everyone else
long facts.
Everyone else is like, when I discovered boys and girls as a teenager, Zoku's like, when I discovered GameFAQs.
Villain origin stories, but I discovered GameFAQs. I would read through all the materials, compiling all the flavor text in like a computer RPG. Like that's how much I love world building and lore. But my first RPG was actually Pokemon. Like great starter one, easy for a kid to get into, and one of my early birthday gifts. But as for speed running, because I believe that was the crux of your question, Bob. So I You know, it's rude of me to say I'm the odd person out because I'm not. I understand, Bob. You're also not much of a speedrunner. I'm here with RPGLB because I love the work we do with Nami, and I love video games. And
you could take the word "much" out of the sentence. I am not a speedrunner.
Great, high five. We're the same.
Yeah,
great. I might be more of a speedrunner than Bob is.
Yeah, claim to fame.
I am more of a speedrunner than Bob is. That's my claim to fame. But I love seeing the skill that everyone in our events brings, the routing, the absolute joy that they have for the games. Because for a game like an RPG, you really have to dedicate a lot of time to it. Foxy and Natara, I know the two of you run some games.
Yep. Once or twice.
Go ahead, Natara.
You go ahead. I was just commenting.
All right, I will. So I actually got into, before speedrunning, I got into the 4-job Fiesta on Final Fantasy V.
Love that.
That spiraled out into general challenge running for the game, and then I did a no experience challenge and had the thought, I bet I could turn this into a speedrun. And then I had to learn the regular speed run to figure out how to do that.
That's definitely a good way to get into it.
Downhill from there.
Yeah, or uphill.
Did you turn it into a speed run, by the way?
I did. I've refused to submit any Final Fantasy V runs until I get that into a marathon. I've refused to submit any of my FF5 runs to SRC.
Fair.
So in the effort,
mostly because I run a category I made up.
In the effort of completely derailing this entire segment, can I make a Pokemon confession?
Yes.
I've only ever played Pokemon Blue.
I mean, that's a good one to play.
I've never played
that. Was my first one.
All right, who's your starter?
Did you even have to ask, Bob? It's Bulbasaur.
Ditto.
Always
Ditto
Bulbasaur.
was a starter.
I was a Squirtle. Squirtle.
Oh, no, we can't be friends anymore.
No,
Bob, mine was
that's
also
correct,
Squirtle.
Bob. That's the
You said
correct
we were
answer.
friends
Yeah,
in the first place.
Oh, whoa. Friendship formed and broken up all here live on stream.
I was also Squirtle, so I think you're outnumbered on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Foxy.
Tara, have you...
You've just said you can't do this to me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Blue was my first one and Squirtle was my... But I've only ever finished one Pokemon. Pokemon X. It had all the fashion, and apparently that's how you get me.
I mean, as a Final Fantasy 14 player, I could have told you that.
Oh, how dare you. But also, hey, Final Fantasy 14 gamers.
But I was like, I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
No, I love being in this picture. It's the best picture in the world.
But also, I want to give a quick shout out to Ditto because we have that grand prize this event of the Nintendo Switch 2.
Mm-hmm.
Donated by, in fact, one of our own content team members who's on site, Zapian. And it comes with Pocopia.
Which, by the way, is such a fun game. My gosh.
Natara, we also can't be friends yet. I haven't played it yet. I'm jealous of you.
Listen, hey, I didn't tell you how far I was. I'm in the first zone and just chugging along, just being like, hi, my Pokemon friends, let's be besties. So,
I'm just here in this content setting.
Did it!
We did it!
We're gamers.
Whatever else we were saying, it's gone now.
It's gone now.
Yeah.
Watch puzzle time lapse.
You have a chance of winning the grand prize. That's Pocopia. That's the Nintendo Switch 2 with a Pokemon wrap. And it looks absolutely...
Why did you take the image off the screen? There we go.
You can see our mice.
Our masterpiece was destroyed by the tech goblins.
Hello.
We can watch a time lapse of the puzzle.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's what he was trying to do. I think. And it said subscription required. So
that's right.
Wow.
And fair.
But yeah, so like for me, getting involved in Limit Break was a weird sort of. I know a lot of people have heard this story. It came because of knowing the folks that set up the event originally and being friends of theirs and wanting a more, dare I say, relaxed marathon to attend.
Yep.
Compared to the way that some of the other bigger marathons were starting to go at the time. And the opportunity arose for me to come on site for in the second year, I think.
Nice.
And I just kind of took it and never looked back, really.
Amazing.
And now we have the comfy, cozy event that is RPG Limit Break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We come and do puzzles.
Do we have the cozy Mimi?
Yeah. So there's not a whole lot more to say, really. We've finished the puzzle. We've talked a bit about what got us all into RPGs and speedrunning and things like that. So we talked a bit about the Switch prize with Pokopia and any last words from my fellow hosts here?
You too can be a ditto.
Maybe I already am.
Squirtle remains unite.
I do have a ditto Squirtle around here somewhere.
Ditto can also
not
be a
prepared to be overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Well, if there is no more from my hosts, I will leave you, as I always do. In the words of the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, by saying, guys, gals, non-binary pals, and all of those beyond that spectrum, please be excellent to each other and party on, my friends. And we'll see you next time.
Bye.
In the words of the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2016. I am your host, Natara, and we are getting ready for our next run. In the meantime, let's talk about the last host we had, Some Diener. What an amazing guy. Did such a good job. Love that for us. And also our previous runner, Ouro, which we're just going to quickly let you know. Did you know, on top of being an excellent speedrunner, is also an artist that deserves special thanks as the one who worked on our overlays. So he can also be found at Twitter at Ourolen, which is Ourolen.